preface this by saying I have played this game to death. I have beaten it. I started back in 2019 and played through it in college with the RAs on staff. I got a lot of the achievements, not quite all of them yet. I've narrowed it down to just a few. But yeah, it was like Smash Brothers for us. You'd be like, hey, you guys want to play Smash? You go, well, let's play Cuphead. You know? So it was pretty funny. We'd all take turns playing it. But yeah, my goal tonight is to play through and beat the bosses and get an S rank, which is like the hardest possible thing you can do to beat a boss. It requires you to do a normal, it's like the same thing as getting like a perfect score, but like on the hard mode. Alex, have you played Cuphead before?
Yes. Did I get far? No. I was borrowing my brother's like copy. He got it. He loves hard games. Like he powered through essentially every From Software game.
Really?
Except for Elden Ring last summer. Wow. And he loves Hollow Knight. Like he played all the brutal DLC in that game.
Oof. I can do some hard games. I think it just depends on how much I enjoy the gameplay. Cuphead, I enjoy it enough for me to stick with it. I will say also I'm not good at this game. I have just a tremendous amount of patience for it because I think it's my Switch activity log says I put 50 hours into this game already, which it went by fast. But yeah, I decided I would get the DLC. I started and played that for the first time about 2 weeks ago, and then I was like, you know what, I'm like done with everything. I might as well like do the hard mode stuff, and so that's why I decided to stream it. So yeah, if I can beat all the bosses on expert and get all the S ranks, then I should be good. These last few achievements are all tied to the DLC. I'll probably work on them on my own, but they're like have 9 HP at one time. I think one of them is like, I think this one is beat one of the plane bosses while you're mini plane. Yeah, we'll do that eventually. But tonight is focusing on the S rank mode, which is I don't know. That I think that will be a tremendous amount of content for people to I guess enjoy and react to, because I haven't seen most of these bosses in their expert mode. I don't think the actual like boss changes in terms of like adding new phases like it does with simple to regular mode. But here, it just makes the attacks a lot harder, probably adds more health, the timing is a lot tighter. I'm playing as MugXAN here. But yeah, I'm just gonna sit back, and now we've gotten the... Sorry I have a bad attitude about the beginning of the stream. Like I said, I get very crouchy when I put a lot of work into the stream and it doesn't go smooth, so... Something to work on. But how are you?
I'm good. I'm here to watch you panic and suffer. And honestly, so far, I've been getting my money's worth.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's if you came to watch me suffer, then so far.
So why MugXAN instead of Cuphead?
Because I played through the game as Cuphead, and then I played through the DLC as the new character Chalice, and so I thought, you know what, I'm gonna stream. I might as well play MugXAN.
Yeah, change it up.
Yeah, I mean, I can switch back to Cuphead or play as Chalice if people want. Cuphead.
I was just curious if it was if MugXAN was like your main for some reason.
No.
But it seems like it's more of a.
I guess
make
he's
it different.
He is like the Luigi, I suppose, to the Mario. But there's really no difference outside of the visual between Cuphead and MugXAN. But check this.
Someone wants to play.
Someone.
Oh, I saw an alert.
I don't know what that was. We got an alert of some kind. I missed it though.
Is it a follow or was it a resub?
I don't know. Where did I look?
Reveal yourself in chat if you want to. If you want to remain anonymous, that's cool too. But
it says
I heard
Michael Grutch Jr. Grutch. I hope I said that right. Thank you for the follow.
Oh.
I got us a follow. That never happens in one of my streams. And
You're welcome.
Any gameplay yet? That's hilarious. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and jump into one of these bosses. This is the only one I've been able to S rank so far, which is the easiest one in the game. But I figured since we're here, I might as well.
What is S rank in this game? Is it damageless or is it some other kind of?
No, you know what? I'm just gonna jump in and I'll show you what the requirements are. Because if you die, it'll like tell you everything you think you have to do. Or no, if you win, it'll tell you everything you have to do. But you essentially you have to, I think, have. I read it's like don't get hit once, but I don't think that's true. I think it's just you have to beat the boss with at least 3 health remaining. I have a charm equipped, so I have like 5 health. Oh crap! Now I've got 4. You also have to parry at least 3 times. I probably should slow down here. That's 2. And you have to also,
good.
You also have to beat the boss in 2 minutes, or around 2 minutes. So.
Michael Grutch has a tip for this fight if you want it.
Does he? Is it involving the secret phase? Because I know about that, and I don't know if that actually makes it easier or not. Oh.
I don't know the game well enough to know if it's a secret phase. I just know it's a phase.
If you don't attack the onion, something happens. Normally, if you attack,
oh yeah, it's about that.
He starts crying. But this time, oh crap! You radish.
He's happy.
Yeah, he is happy.
Why was he happy that time?
Because I didn't hurt him.
Oh.
See, the first death of many to come. Well, this is gonna be hard. I didn't realize like having to monitor the chat, talk to people, and play this game on.
Yep.
Hard mode is actually gonna be that hard.
The streamer's curse.
I get, yeah, it really is. I need like a. I really need like a tech guy. I guess this is why people get paid to do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess my tech guy is kind of Matt, to be honest, but Matt's not paid, so...
Indisposed at the moment. Yeah, I kind of went to school for like media stuff, and live broadcasting is a lot of fun. It is very stressful, but like, you know, the kind of thing where... like the one job of managing a stream that we do on OBS, like in a real broadcast, takes a whole team.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, I can like prep as much. Radish every time. I can prep as much as possible, but then like when it comes to it, it's like I've only got 2 hands and I'm only 1 person, and it's yeah, it's a lot.
Oh no, Matt showed up. We're talking shit.
Oh, gosh.
Speak of the devil.
We just started because, of course, it took me like 20 minutes to get the audio stuff to work.
Ah, good.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to rely on you guys to like check chat because I can't really keep looking at it. But,
Michael Grutch says use Chaser's EX. It defeats enemies and projectiles around you.
I'm using the crack shot and spread currently, but I can change things up. Alex, have you played, or Matt, have you played Cuphead?
A while ago. I never beat it. I got to the 3rd island though.
It's pronounced Cuphead.
Cuphead? Oh wait, I didn't know you could do that. That's cool.
Was the audio difficult to get working?
Yeah, it was. I don't know. It was really strange.
Xander's over here is dual wielding laptops is the issue.
Yeah, I am dual wielding a laptop. One of them I have to like. Yeah, this is really hard to like play and concentrate at the same time. I apologize.
That's that's the stream tax.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I had 2 laptops. One of them has Twitch open, so I could like monitor the chat, and the other one has all the OBS and everything. And so I was in the call on the laptop I was using to be in the Discord call with Alex, and I was like, why is desktop audio not picking up Alex? And it took me like 10 minutes.
Because it's a different computer entirely.
Different computer.
Yep.
Well, it's okay because on the stream it sounds like your microphone is picking up Discord.
Well, yeah, the microphone is right next to the computer. I guess I could turn you guys down. That radish every time it just gets me.
I like a super remove the ghost with the muscles.
Yes, it's like a super damage thing. So I wouldn't get an S rank. Even if I beat him, I would not get an S rank now. But I've already gotten an S rank for this boss, so I'm not super concerned about it.
Michael Grutch in the chat says maybe get Super 2.
Super 2. Oh, the invincibility one. That's a good idea. Alright, one down. Yeah,
Minute 22.
If I had gotten 2 more of the HP, then that probably would be an X.
Yeah, so close.
We already got it, so no worries.
Are you going for S ranks today?
Yeah, that's the whole point of the stream.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Basically, here are all the bosses, and I've only gotten S on 1 so far, but I have to get them for all these bosses here, including the DLC.
What does P mean?
P means pacifist. Basically, if you beat all of the run and gun levels, then you unlock a new cosmetic, which, you know, it might be fun to show off here. How about that? That's all old-timey.
Ghost of Tsushima calls this Kurosawa mode.
It's like a filter over the whole screen.
Yeah, it is. It actually kind of makes it hard to navigate the menus.
Xander, you're an animation fan. Did you ever grow up with Rubber Hose cartoons?
Yeah, I watched a whole lot of Boomerang, and they had all sorts of stuff on it. A lot of Tom and Jerry, Sinbad, Popeye. I also feel like I was exposed to a lot of Mickey Mouse cartoons, which is really more of the 40s, but hey, it's close enough.
For whatever reason, my dad had like a DVD collection of Mighty Mouse that I watched.
That was a really good move. That was not a
And of course, a lot of Looney Tunes.
Yeah, a whole bunch
A lot of Looney Tunes. And yeah, I think the House of Mouse, that show used to air a lot of like Disney shorts. I'm not sure how old those were.
A lot of them were either original or I just lost the last one. No, I didn't. I lost it earlier. Yeah, a lot of the House of Mouse cartoons were either original or reruns. Oh man. I wanted to know. I wish it would tell me how much damage I did with that super. That was a pretty good move. Drop the punch. We get more health. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. There's a cheat code built into the game. It's a game genie. But does that negate getting the S rank though? I feel like they're probably wise enough to like, yeah, you have to beat it without using the cheat.
What is this thing supposed to be?
I think it's a prototype slime.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. It's like this is like a Dragon Quest slime.
That's kind of what it looks like. I'm gonna go ahead and retry. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm probably gonna be retrying a lot because
if we're going for S ranks, then yeah.
I kind of have to.
That's just the way these things go.
Wallop. That's a good word.
There's a boss based on Tom and Jerry, which is pretty good. I also watched I made the mistake of watching a tier ranking list for how hard it is to get the S rankings. And this guy was like the easiest one. And here I am over here doing terrible.
So do you think you're going to accomplish your goal tonight?
No, not at all. I don't expect to.
Look at all the damage. Spin to win.
Hey, if I'm gonna do it, I might as well let people suffer with me, right? No! It's okay. You can't get hit. If you get hit, it's over.
See, it's funny watching on the Twitch stream, which is a couple seconds behind, so I get to hear Xander react to something, and then I know, oh, can't look away.
Yeah, Matt, is there a way for me to share?
I mean, you could do a Discord stream.
The easiest way that I've been able to do it when I'm picking up stuff from my Switch is to turn on like the Elgato capture program and then stream that window to Discord.
There's a way to do it like in OBS. If you right click the video source, which is probably your capture card, then you hit window projector, then you can make that into a Discord stream.
Oh, do you want me to go ahead and do that?
That's your call. It won't have sound unless you do some really screwy stuff.
I'm afraid to even touch the sound at this point, but I can. If it would make
Oh yeah, that is why I do it with the program, is in order to capture the sound as well.
I was gonna say, if it makes it easier for you guys to be able to enjoy what I'm playing, I'm afraid to touch the audio.
It'd be nice to have the glorious Cuphead music and sound effects, but it is also funny to just hear your voice reacting to muted images. Yeah.
It's good for me to have the advanced notice of something that I need to see. I'm playing Resident Evil.
How is that?
It's excellent. It's really fucking good.
Is it Resident Evil?
One could say.
Like, is it just like a better version of the original, or did they add anything specific to it?
I mean, they've made changes and all. It is not like a one-to-one replica of the original game, but I would say you can safely replace the original with this.
Okay. Cool.
All right, I got hit once. That took away the S ranking, but I gotta say that one felt a little cheap. I think I'm gonna turn off the black and white mode. It might make it a little easier. I don't know. I guess I'm saying that people who are colorblind have less advantage in life.
I mean, true.
Yeah. There really isn't actually a colorblind mode in this game, to my knowledge. Which is a bummer, because the parrying system is dependent on the color pink.
Yeah, understanding pink, right?
Yeah.
Well, pink is one of the colors that is likely to be lost in colorblindness.
Exactly, yeah. I don't think there's a visual. There's nothing. Color bleed, brightness, overscan. Yeah. Oh. Alright. Maybe look at the chat when you die, restart, or beat. The background looks like the forest from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It does. They were tiny blue slabs with face. Let's see if we can change up our... I feel like the giant ghost is pretty helpful. I'm not so sure about the spread though. Michael recommended the chaser earlier. I'm gonna try that. And I gotta keep the charm. I know the purist Cuphead people will be like, you're using the twin heart for your charm, you're wasting a slot, but I need that health.
Considered not getting hit.
Have you considered not...
That's true, that is a good strategy. Did you perhaps think of just getting good?
Yeah, I knew you were going to be the one to tell me that in this stream, which is why I was like, you know what? I beat this game. I beat the DLC too. So I think I'm okay. I'm not great, but I'm not that bad. I just have patience, that's all. Man, the chaser is kind of OP. Look at that go.
But yeah, that's a slime.
Yeah, it's straight up a slime, isn't it? Even blue. And one of the bosses is Dr. Wily.
That's great.
It's literally a guy and a robot. He comes out, he's in a little capsule. I don't know if I'm gonna get to him tonight. He's actually one of the harder bosses in the game. There was like a sense of like, you know what, even if I don't get that many S's tonight, like at least I'll get past like the first one pretty quick and it'll look like I'm a little competent, but here I am.
You only need one good run to put as a clip on social media for everyone to be impressed.
Yep.
That was not the wrong.
Oh, remember your Pac-Man 99 clip?
I do remember that's a good one.
Such a good clip.
Yeah, that shows up in the clip rotation a lot.
Does it really? I'll take it. It was one of my better moments in gaming for sure, and I was kind of glad that it was caught on stream.
Michael says he does the Mike Tyson punch.
He does do the Mike Tyson punch, you're right. Oh my gosh.
Not sure what makes it a Mike Tyson punch.
You know what? You're right. I kind of just blindly agreed to that because it's a boxing move, and I'm like, yeah, Mike Tyson, punch out.
It's like every punch makes the punch.
He actually like bites someone's nose. What is it?
It was in the ear, yeah.
Alright, Cuphead. Get him.
Things asked, classic question. Are you winning, son?
I'm cupping. Is that a verb? I'm mugging because I'm mugging.
In coffee, you can like go to a cupping. Try out a bunch of different coffees.
How's everyone's week been?
It's been good. I'm currently visiting family. I have some downtime. I'm here now.
I feel like I should also mention, I don't think it's going to be a problem, but it's been very stormy in Ohio lately. My parents lost power earlier, and so I was a little worried about tonight, but right now it seems like it's pretty calm, so it shouldn't be a huge problem. But, something that was mentioned.
James, are you gonna say something? Or are you just gonna walk in and?
I'm going to set up all my hardware.
Ah, there you go.
Seren here?
I was still working on it.
No, that's not Seren, that's James.
I
Not Seren.
I do not sound like Seren.
In fairness, they bring similar levels of chaos.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear you right away.
Decidedly not true.
I only heard Alex say, and I thought he said Seren. And I was like, is Seren here? But no, he said James.
I have a very complicated audio setup.
No!
So I have to... Oh, well, you know. I agree. I don't like my audio setup either.
I think I did it. All right, everyone, let's see.
A knockout.
Woo! Okay. Please be an ass. I don't want to do that again. All right. Hey, James. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome.
3 out of 3, 3 out of 3, 6 out of 6.
Yes! We got one.
It's an S rank. You did the easiest one. Pat yourself on the back.
You did, in fact, get good.
So what, now like 14 more?
No, it's like 35 more, but yeah.
Oh,
35?
yeah, that's a lot of them.
So this is a marathon stream, right?
We'll see. Also,
So,
I just
yeah.
noticed on the stream overlay that the chat list keeps going down. It doesn't go horizontal.
No.
It goes vertical.
Yep.
I don't know how to fix
I
it.
just
Yeah, that's, 'cause
overlap.
that's the only way Discord actually does anything.
Alright, well, I don't know how to fix that. I guess you don't need to see. You know it's my stream, so it's okay if I'm cut off. Alright, well.
I guess you could make it smaller.
yeah, I guess
Better
I'll-
not get a fifth person in here.
Zoom it out.
Yeah. Alright, let's do that. Where is it?
I mean, it is transparent. You could just put it over something else.
Yeah, that's a good call.
That's what I usually do.
Put it right over the middle of the screen.
I forget how to get out of. How do you get out of like preview mode? Oh, studio. There it is.
Oh yeah, that's a pain in the butt to find.
Let's see. Chat, do you guys have any preferences on where you want the?
Still getting cut off. That's amazing.
Did you crop it?
Why is it doing that?
Is the bounding box a fixed size?
Yeah, it is. Hold on, I gotta reset that.
Okay, there you go.
Reset transform. Alright. Well,
Well, as long as another person doesn't show up.
that's hilarious. It'll bother me forever, but you know what? Hey, at least everyone's showing up there.
Neil did threaten to show up.
Alex, you're in the stream now. I mean,
Top left might be a good place for it.
you think so?
There's not usually much up there.
Alright, let's do that.
Just another UI element.
Yeah.
This is how it's inside baseball. It's happening in real time. Okay.
Technically, everything on a stream happens in real time.
There's
No,
some
no,
things I do
streams.
in advance.
There's a little bit of a delay.
Believe it or not, I do
Really?
prepare somewhat.
Oh, I don't.
All right. Well, while we're in World 1, we've got 3 more options. We got Hildeberg, Cagney Carnation, and Ruby Croaks. Does anyone have a preference on which one we tackle next?
Let's go Ribby and Croaks, because that's the one you have the worst score on so far.
Okay.
Need to bring our overall average up as much as possible.
That's a call.
I appreciate that.
I would say overlay artists like Xander and myself have to set up ahead of time.
It's true. Yeah, I gotta commend. One day I'll be as good as you
This is chaotic. As chaotic as my overlays.
Yes.
Yeah, and whatever the fuck was going on last night.
Yeah,
I was talking
I
about.
was watching Game of Thrones with some friends, and I got a notification. It was like around midnight or 11 or something like that, and it was like
It was midnight your time, yes.
I was like, and it said that Joe and Matt are playing Kingdom Hearts, and I was like,
So
what?
I had changed the title before that, but Twitch does a stupid thing where there's like a weird cache on their side. So the going live notification sometimes will reflect the old message.
Oh really?
Well, so the push notification that you get, that's another thing that is set up on the stream manager separately.
Oh, I see.
That was really hard.
And
to
I
do.
can't set that without having access to it.
Michael Grudge says these are wood frogs. I thought they were based off of Frog and Toad. Did y'all ever read those books?
I don't think I have. I don't think those are.
Like as in Mr. Frog?
It's like children's books that
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna have to change my super because the super
characters are Frog and Toad.
What are you talking about? It was great. It came out and then immediately left.
The Super Mugman is not very helpful in this stage. But yeah, James, I didn't get a chance to watch the stream, but I have the VOD queued up. Whatever the heck happened last night, or I guess
It was a
this
secret.
morning.
Like, I can't tell you what happened.
Okay.
Confidential mission parameters.
That's right.
Oh, I've got like green leaf Mega Man
I've
blade.
been teasing it in the chat for other streams this week.
Really?
Yeah. I think the only person who noticed was when I dropped the keep it secret, keep it safe in there.
Yeah, you said that during my Star Fox
I
Adventure
did.
stream.
You're right.
I was like, why are we getting a Lord of the Rings reference? There's nothing... Not make sense in context.
I've been dropping shit in streams all week. I also got permission to do that about 20 minutes before I did it.
Because the only way I knew about it was that like Joe put a message in the Mario Party group chat being like, "Is James streaming tonight?" I'm like, "What?"
I wanted the maximum chaos of people who run the stream going, what the fuck?
Yeah, you got the people who stream the most to go, what the fuck?
Which is hilarious because, like, you have your own channel that you regularly stream on.
I do. But that doesn't work for the joke.
Yeah.
So, well, I thought, okay, well, if he's, like, doing a secret stream, then he must be in cahoots with Matt or Joe or Alex. Like, one of them had to, like, provide all that information,
John's the
No.
only person who knew that was going to happen, and he had no details.
It was a hell of a thing to fall asleep to, I'll tell you that.
His response was, I don't get the joke. And I was like, yep.
I was aware that James had the capability to stream, but I did not know that a specific stream was going to happen.
No, that was. I hadn't picked the games I was going to do for it until about an hour before I did it. Because I had to sit there with them for a while and make sure I'm not going to get the account banned on Twitch. As we saw last night, that a lot of times the eShop listing doesn't give you all the information you need to make that determination.
It got a little dodgy.
It did, which is why I bailed out that game.
What did you stream other than the eShop?
No, I streamed 2 games from the eShop.
I feel like,
one
honestly,
was,
the things that show up on the eShop warrant a stream getting banned regardless. Like, some of that stuff I've seen pop up.
There was stuff that there are games. So which has a banned games list. Now they have more ability to go like, but also don't play games that do X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
But they have a list of games that it's explicitly like, this is a no-go. Do not stream this game. And when they put them on that list, they were PC games. Many of those games have made their way to Switch.
Oh my gosh.
Now, the difference between the Switch version and the PC version is the PC version usually has like more than risque content. And it's hidden behind like a flag that you have to set somewhere or something.
Yeah.
So they can sell it on Steam and say it's not porn, unless you download this file for our website and put it in this folder.
Yeah.
But the Switch version obviously doesn't have any of that because Nintendo would not be okay.
Right.
But it's still a game with a name that is explicitly on the ban list.
I was gonna say, I don't know, some of the stuff that I've seen show up on there, it's like a stone's throw away from being porn.
So there was the Sakura games make up almost half the banned list,
Really?
which is amazing, and it
Like the
doesn't
Sakura
include all
Wars
of them.
games?
No, these are like if you go to the eShop, you'll see them all, but it'll be like Sakura math class or some garbage like that. They all start with that Sakura magical girl, Sakura Cupid, Sakura MMO 1, 2, and 3, Sakura Succubus 1 through 6. 1 through 6. The one I wanted to do, though, it isn't on the banned list. It just came out. I'm pretty sure it's not going to get us banned. But I decided not to because of the sheer number of soccer games on the list. Is a Sakura Neko calculator. Which is just a calculator with the cat girl, like, hanging all over it.
Do you have to calculate the cats?
No, it's just a regular calculator for Switch.
I mean, frankly, sometimes I think my calculator just isn't horny enough.
Well, don't worry.
That's I would argue that my calculator was my introduction to anything sexual. I typed 8008 and then looked at it and I was like, whoa.
I'm ready for someone to say calculator was my sexual awakening. But there are a few calculators on Switch. There's Battle Calculator, which I don't. That's $15. That better not just actually be a calculator. There's a calculator simply called Calculator. It's $10, although it's on sale for $2.
Is it perpetually on sale for $2?
I'd be remiss.
Go
ahead, Jim.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'd be remiss to not point out that tomorrow is the last possible day you can buy any of the 3DS or DSi calculators. Maybe it's tonight. I don't know.
Where there are many calculators.
Yes. I think is that midnight tonight or is that tomorrow? I can't remember.
Unclear. And then there is Sakura Calculator. Sakura Neko Calculator. Excuse me, I wouldn't want to deny this game its cat heritage. I really considered, like, would that be a funny stream? Yes. Would that get the site banned? Maybe. Okay, well, then I'm gonna not do that one. The hair care one seems safe. Oh, to answer your earlier question, Xander, I did hair care.
Okay.
That was what I did on the stream. And then I briefly did a puzzle, and it got too risque. I ran away.
I feel like calling that last night hair care is being generous.
I've contemplated if I were to review that, what I would say. And the problem is, I'm not sure my brain could make it through the process. I could just put the entire, like, everything I said in there, just in a row, and go like, that's the experience of playing Hair Salon, cool stories.
Hey, he throws so many coins! What the heck? Oh!
Same.
Sorry.
So how many runs have you done so far at trying to get the S rank on this one?
Since I started it tonight, so like what, 8 or 9 now, probably? Do you want to see how many times I've died in the whole game?
I'm afraid.
There's a character whose explicit existence is just to tell you how many times you've died. In rhyme form, no less.
So how many of these have you done?
I've beaten every boss in the game. There's a whole list here. Bosses for each world, the finale, the DLC. But there is like the hard mode, which is they call it expert. But if you can beat it, if you can beat a boss with at least 3 health, around 2 minutes, you do 3 parries, and you use your super, and you get like an S rank. And that's the goal, is to S rank as many of these as I can. And so far I'm 2 down. We got the rest of them to go.
I'm told to tell you to do the leapfrog for the green attack.
Do the leapfrog?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, the leapfrog.
I can't help you on that one. I'm just reading it out of the chat.
Alright, well. I'll go back to him here in a moment, but real quick, I'm gonna make a pit stop over at the character that has, that tells me how many times I've died.
So have you beaten this game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I've beaten the game. Basically,
this is just a question.
yeah, this is just like a
Go ahead.
post game. Basically, the way the game is set up is you start in the area that I was just at, and then you go up to something that's been animated that's not part of the background painting. So like this roller coaster is something that's been animated. You go up to it, and then it's like a boss fight. Beppy the Clown in Carnival Kerfuffle. The game, when you start it, is on simple and regular mode. If you beat it on simple, then the world map will expand. You can go to like the next level, so yada yada yada. But to actually like be able to leave the world map itself, you have to beat each of the bosses on regular mode. And then once you beat the whole game, then you unlock expert mode, which is what I'm trying to beat the bosses on. But over here, in this nice little pond, there's this terrifying man in the pond staring at me. And if I talk to him, through all your battles and all my rhymes, you have failed and perished 638 times.
Hmm.
Which I
It's up to you.
don't think it counts me retrying, because I do retry a lot. And it feels like it should be higher than that, but also, you guys like barbershop quartets?
Sometimes.
How about this one?
This one's a little bit haunting.
Yeah. They're like actually barber.
They look distressed.
They are distressing.
Yeah. Well, enough of that. I think I'm gonna take a break. I think I'm gonna take a break from the frog, though. I'm gonna stay in World 1, but I'll go and fight the flower.
Xander, you may be impressed to know I just got my S rank in Resident Evil.
Did you really? Oh, that's just an S rank for all of us tonight.
I'm in the shooting gallery.
If you're a Smash Brothers fan, this next stage is the stage. I think its music got put in with the Mii Fighter costume that Cuphead got.
I'd forgotten all about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one.
I'm still bitter we never got a Hollow Knight me costume.
Yeah, that one seems so easy, you know?
I assume it was just people not being in the right place to play ball. I'm told to inform you that you conduct the boomerangs. Again, I have no context on what that means.
Oh, I do know
or
what
if it's
that
even
means.
relevant to this fight.
I do know what that means. There's like a rabbit boomerang, which sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud, but I know what that means. Thank you, Michael. I'm assuming Michael said that.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. A lot to keep track of here.
Parrying.
Yeah, I'm not pairing anything. I need to do that. Help me out.
Died.
Oh, remind me. I'll add the. I'll try to add the video to Discord so you guys can watch it in real time. So I have to do that.
That's fine. I'm more haunted by MugXAN starting his match drinking himself.
Drinking himself is. There's a joke I could make, but this is a family-friendly stream. Actually, it's not. Given what we were talking about
I was
earlier.
gonna say it is?
No.
Oh crap.
The disappointing aspect, though, is that because I'm playing this on expert mode and trying to S rank, then I think it makes it look like I'm a bad gamer, which I'm not. I'm just, I'm a patient gamer. All right, how do I, Matt? What did you say the steps were for me to share this with you?
You can right-click your capture card in OBS and then have it do window projection, and then that'll make a separate window that you can have Discord point to. It won't have sound though.
Okay.
Unless you do some really, really fucky shit.
I'm probably not going to bother with the sound if you guys are cool with that.
That's fine.
And then I stream, share your screen, window projection, smooth video, go live. All right. Let me know.
Cool.
Does that work?
I heard it.
I'm seeing it.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Sweet. Now you can watch me die in real time. Something you've always wanted to do.
I do want to be there at your death.
Yeah, me too.
You want to be there at your own death?
I got
You're in luck.
good news 3 on that one.
This is ridiculous. Quit pollinating.
All right, I've gotten all of my S ranks.
Is that what this is tonight?
This F rank race, great.
That's why he joined.
In fairness, I only have 6 missions right now, so.
I've got like 30.
Some of us Chads never stop pollinating.
Yeah, this is true. It's the circle of life, really. Michael, do you have any tips on this flower guy? Tag me Carnation.
Yeah, duck the boomerangs.
You're right.
He does.
I haven't even gotten to the boomerang part yet. I keep getting chomped on by the little seeds, which is a little embarrassing because these are really supposed to be easy to dodge. But I think it's because I'm talking while streaming. Look how far I didn't get.
Get better luck with the frogs.
Oh boy.
You're about 1/6 of the way there.
No.
Michael says defeat the brain before last phase.
Well, good news on that one.
Defeat the brain. I don't think there is a brain. What does that mean?
It's been floating around the top of the screen.
Has it?
Is that what it is?
There's a brain.
Xander, I thought you played this game.
What brain? Oh, look, there's a brain. That's a brain?
I mean, it looks very brainy to me.
I guess. I thought it was
Well,
like a flower.
it opens up like a flower.
Yeah.
My brain does not do that.
I am doing a good job of deflecting these things, but
Use chasers.
EX.
EX for the plant.
You know,
Alright,
Xander,
let's
maybe
go for a little
you
bit.
do need to get good.
Stop.
It's good advice.
Literally, when I'm not kidding you, when I was playing this by myself, I was like, people are going to tell me to get good if I stream this game. I can tell them I at least beat the game, which is something most people can't say. Because when this game came out, everyone was like, it's too hard.
And you're right, mathematically, most people on Earth have not beaten this game.
That's true.
Hello, Mario _ Sonic Adventure 64.
I don't know why, it's been out since 1930.
That was a very good rhyme.
That was a good one.
Right, I'm gonna go make sure my dinner doesn't burn. I'll be back in a little bit.
Alright,
Ooh.
Yeah.
we'll be here.
Maybe you'll be here.
I hope I am. Unless I'm dead.
I'll also probably be here.
But really though, when is the next phase? I feel like I've been in this one forever.
Michael is recommending use second super.
Good call, Michael. Michael's the MVP tonight. Yeah.
Michael, do you have all S ranks?
Yeah, Michael, do you have all S ranks? Did a Cuphead god decide to descend and grace my presence tonight when I decided to stream this game?
No.
No, I look at the wiki. Alright, well. I really need to practice parrying the pink seeds though. So I actually like this boss. It's just it's way more chaotic on expert mode. Matt, I've never played a Resident Evil game. I know there's like 98 of them, and then they each have like 84 ports. Like, what is the where are you at with that series? Do you play them all? Are you like a huge fan? Do you play the ones that are the modern remakes?
So I played Resident Evil 4, and now I'm playing the Resident Evil 4 remake. And that's it.
Alright. I like that. Simple and clean. Don't start singing.
We can't, because that'll get DMCA'd.
Okay.
careful for his surprise attack. Not sure which one of them counts as a surprise.
I think I know the one he's talking about. There's a move where the flower will like shoot his entire like yellow, I don't know what you call it, the head portion of the flower. He can like make it shoot outwards into the fighting arena. It looks really weird. Oh gosh, Xander, get a hold of yourself, dude.
Thanks to Simple and Clean as Tuesdays, Xander.
Sorry. Well, I don't know. According to Twitch last night, it was it was happening around midnight. No
Gets more power from the nutrients.
nutrients. What nutrients? Oh, he means to parry the pink things. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm not very good at that, but I need to because I need to S rank this. You know. That no. To parry something, you have to jump and then jump again onto it. It's not quite a double jump, but like you have to actually press the jump button again, and it's a little awkward. But once you get the hang of it, it works.
Is the spread shot the highest DPS, or is it?
The spread shot does, I think, the most damage. It just has the shortest range, and so you have to kind of keep close to your opponent. But obviously, it leaves you more vulnerable to attack. I'm assuming this one that like homes in is probably one of the weaker ones. Gosh, go away! I think I'm doing better. It's like I still have to beat this guy in 2 minutes. And I was watching an interview of, not an interview, but like a video where the developers of this game, they reacted to a speedrunner who beat the whole thing in like 23 minutes. And it's just kind of, you know, puts things into perspective of how bad of a game you are when you see someone beat it in the time it took you just to set up the stream audio.
Well, what you're not seeing is the hundreds upon hundreds of hours of practice it took to get to that point.
I know, but still, it's just like, I'm not 50 hours, that should count for something, right?
The rookie numbers.
No, I haven't 3 digits yet. Let's focus on parrying. Let's practice. Alright,
There's one streamer I kind of half follow who, like, all he does every single day is play Battle for Bikini Bottom,
really?
the Xbox original.
Isn't that the like GameCube 3D platformer that was remade?
Yeah, it was a popular speedrun game before the remake. And my understanding is that the remake has not reached the same speedrun popularity.
That's a bummer. So
And the point is, he probably plays 50 hours of Battle for Bikini Bottom a week, easy.
week? Holy cow. No! The seeds, they come down so fast.
This match will get red hot. Now go.
This is the one.
Michael says the ground he does for the last phase. I'm not sure what that means.
I appreciate it, Michael. I have not quite gotten to the next phase, let alone the last one. But
And the other attack is acorns, not seeds. Bang says, you know, I'm not entirely sure what the head of a cartoon flower is supposed to be, considering only sunflowers really have that, if I recall correctly.
the thing with the face on it, whatever you call this right here, that.
The top part, but not the petals.
Yeah, it's not the petals. He like, it's like if you were to like grab it and like stretch it out, like kind of like what he does when he pulls his jaw down, but more horizontal. I swear he'll do it eventually. I just need to get good at this.
Eventually, tonight we don't know.
We don't know. Yeah. I labeled this stream. What is it? What did I call this stream?
Plundering the post-game perils.
Thank you. Plundering the post-game perils. I labeled that intentionally because I knew this was going to be a rough one.
Do you like now then the layout, the guest's hand is pointing to nothing in particular?
Yeah, it kind of bothers me that it's pointing to myself, like I am the guest of my own stream. No, the brain.
Bang says, "Oh, I know what Xander's referring to by head, but anatomically, on most flowers, that is not a head.
Yeah,
not that flowers have heads."
What would you call that?
Xander is not just the guest; he is guests.
No. Dang.
Yeah.
Did Matt just go, yeah?
Sorry, that was Leon.
I thought I heard you go, yeah.
Thank you, Leon. So, Matt, I've pulled the trigger on the big spring sale, and I'm getting a Steam Deck. So, do you have any tips?
Which did you decide which one you're getting already?
Oh, I got the cheapest one, but I'm gonna upgrade it with a 1 terabyte.
That was gonna be my first tip, because that's gonna overall that'll be cheaper than buying the more expensive one with the better storage. Tips really depend on what you're looking to do with it.
I mean, nothing special. It's like what most people do with their Steam Decks. Play their Steam library and maybe do some emulation on the side.
If you want to do emulation, the easiest thing to do would be
Emudec.
Emudec, yeah.
So a part of the reason is that like I'm going to be my living situation for the next 3 months is going to be weird. I'm not going to be my desktop, so my Steam Deck is essentially going to be my gaming computer. So what I'm hoping to do is, if I am going to stream, set up all the stuff that I would need for it, like Dolphin, on the Steam Deck.
And if you're getting the Steam Deck dock too, then you could just run a capture card through that.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I bought my Steam Deck right before they started including the dock.
I wish you could take out the seeds. Oh, okay. The pink seeds are where the little brain things come out.
Special guest appearance by Leon Resident Evil, says Fangs. Can we get a PNG of Leon Kennedy in the guest section?
I can't typically... I can normally do that, but right now I'm a little preoccupied, sadly.
I'm not sure what do you mean? What could you possibly be doing?
I'm fighting Cagney Carnation.
Meanwhile, Alex, I've been considering getting an Xbox just for Game Pass.
Yeah, this game, I believe, is on Game Pass, should you decide to do what I'm doing.
I mean, I've had it on Switch for a couple of years now.
Did I get... He has a lot of health. I feel like I was doing that one for a while.
Why? You have a PC.
Yeah, but I prefer playing games on the couch. And do Steam like the Steam Big Picture mode for like TV play just completely went to shit.
What happened?
So they copy pasted the Steam Deck UI over it, with no regards to whether that would actually work. And it didn't. Like, it had critical bugs that, that it
So
launched
it's
with.
bugs.
Well, and also it like I don't really need to know what the SD card status of my desktop computer is.
Right. Okay. Well, I imagine that Valve will support that within the coming weeks.
I don't know when you have critical like function breaking bugs that are in your beta for weeks and then you launch with those bugs.
Sure.
It's also just like generally more convenient overall, because first of all, like it saved a lot on my hard drive space too.
Hmm. Yeah, that's something to consider because, I mean, I'm not sure if you're trying to get an X or an S, but getting a big old hard drive, especially if you want an SSD, would probably be a similar price.
I'd go for the Series X. And there's a big matter too of like I only have a PlayStation controller, and getting that to like work with Xbox Game Pass is like 3 layers of middleware.
Well, I've got a pro tip. You don't have to get an Xbox in order to get an Xbox controller.
Yeah, but it's like it's like all the things add up.
Sure.
And there's also the secret benefit of the Series X that people don't often talk about, where it has backwards compatibility to a console generation that notoriously had very bad PC ports.
Who did the move?
Oh, it did the face stretching thing.
You see
I
it?
saw it.
We're on to the next phase. Here comes the boomerang.
We're at the next phase.
Woo!
The boomerang.
There's
That's the
the face
boomerang.
Okay.
The whole new world.
I know. Always got more carrot things.
I think those are acorns.
Oh, but I'm not going to be able to S-rank it because I need 3 health. I don't know. At least you can practice.
Where's aim at?
There's his last phase.
I was saying I'd also get backwards compatibility access to a console generation that largely is made up of terrible PC ports.
Yeah, that is a nice benefit. I mean, Game Pass is just an incredible value.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a lot easier than his first phase.
I have so many games that I've bought that I want to play that I haven't touched, so I can't like. Game Pass doesn't make as much sense to me. But
It does make sense to me, I would say, but it's still the matter of like buying a whole ass console just for Game Pass, because anything that I'm like actually purchasing, I'm still gonna do on PlayStation.
mm-hmm.
I beat the flower, but I didn't get the S. That's what I want. So close. Hello.
Is it over 2 minutes?
Yeah, it can be.
Ah, look at it, it keeps going.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you beat that in 2 minutes? The first phase is rough.
A E. You've gotten an A+ on it before?
I did, but on regular mode.
Oh, okay.
Well, Xander, we do have a phrase for how you can beat that in 2 minutes.
I'm afraid to ask.
Get good.
I was afraid. Okay, here it is. We're getting better. Does that count for anything?
That counts.
Yeah. All right, tag me, Carnation. You're going down.
I buy a rocket launcher.
I think all I need to really do is just focus on shooting him and then avoiding all the little chompies.
I mean, if you're already considering the Xbox Series X, and like, you know, you gotta worry about budgeting. Do you have something in the budget for a rocket launcher? to really decide where that money goes. Rocket launchers or another game console?
Rocket launcher just seems like a good investment in any economy.
Yeah.
Can't argue with that.
A sensible thing to say.
I'm really into this like Brazilian dance music for like around here.
I'm not.
What?
Because I can't hear it.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. It's in Smash
Oh.
Bros.
Oh yeah, Alex. There was one more consideration for the Xbox. The Xbox Series X is more powerful than my PC.
Oh. Is that true?
Generally.
Does you have a 3070?
Yeah, 3070.
I mean, I'm guessing the games are going to be more optimized for the console, so they might perform better. What is the equivalent of a Series X?
I think it would be the 3080.
I'm still ahead then. I've got a 3090.
If Michael ditched me. I need your help, Michael.
It's a lot of it is just kind of a matter of like, I just don't trust PC ports. Like I tried the PC gaming thing, and I just got so screwed on bad ports so often.
Maybe I'm just like lame because I'm used to console gaming, but every time I've tried playing a game on PC, I can't get into a keyboard and mouse.
Oh, that's why I don't use keyboard and mouse.
I feel like a lot of my PC gaming friends prefer keyboard and mouse.
It's a shooter, that makes sense, but otherwise...
Those are people you keep at arm's length. Yeah, shooters are keyboard and mouse, 100%. I cannot play a first-person shooter with a controller. It just does not work.
Really? I mean, I beat Doom 2016 with a controller, and it was great. Although I prefer it with gyro, so if there's anything that might be kind of like using a mouse.
Yeah, gyro is console's answer to keyboard and mouse. Like anything that isn't the Switch, you're dealing with just dual analog.
Yeah, I don't like that. That was really what got me to buy Metroid Prime Remastered, is that they had the dual stick with the gyro, which is great. Yeah, this first phase is the hardest part, for sure.
I wonder if James has burnt his food.
He probably is still watching and just laughing at us.
Laughing at you.
Laughing at me, you're right.
Something embarrassing has happened on our end.
That's right.
The only embarrassing that happened to me is I said I might buy an Xbox.
You might be on connectivity more often if you do.
I was just on connectivity.
So there's this thing, you know, some people say Mario, some people say Mario. Some people say connectivity, other people say connectivity. Which is it?
I feel like you just said the same pronunciation.
No,
con versus
con or
connectivity.
Con? Like C-A-H-N or C?
Show is connectivity. The word is connectivity. That's how it is in my mind.
Connectivity. No.
A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
it's like Caribbean versus Caribbean. It's Pirates of the Caribbean, but in any other context, it's Caribbean.
Okay. Yeah, those seeds.
It's at least the rule in my brain.
Or interesting or interesting.
I feel like it's more of a matter of the context.
Okay.
Like the and the. Sometimes you might say the.
I can't get any hits in on this guy because I'm too busy diving all these things. I bet you there's some secret to this. I just don't know what it is. I haven't figured out what the optimal pattern is. Let's change our weapon set.
Streaming in 60 frames per second.
Is that 68 frames per
Is that a
second?
server thing? You don't have Nitro.
I don't know. Oh, are you talking about
That can be a server thing.
Are you talking about Discord?
Yeah.
Should I not be?
No, it's fine. It was working great.
Okay. Full screen, piercing three-way shot, hold lock button to narrow speed.
Nicholas Bray, welcome.
What's up, Nicholas? I'm trying to beat Cagney Carnation on S rank mode. Not doing so hot. I've been able to beat him. It's just this first phase I'm doing terrible at trying to avoid taking damage. Once I get him beaten in the time limit.
Here's a real high-class belt. And begin.
Alright. I don't have to kill the little green choppy things. I can just kind of avoid them, and then they'll fly away. They don't stay on the screen forever. That's good to know.
Nicholas Bray says, looks tricky. We just took my son to his little soccer session now, traveling for a bit.
Very nice.
Nicholas Bray. Are you the Nicholas Bray?
He is. He was the
Old
host.
connectivity
I
fame?
was gonna say he was the host of Connectivity before. Actually, you know what? It's great that you're here, Nicholas, because settle this for us.
Yeah, we were just talking about whether it's connectivity or
Is
connectivity.
it connectivity or connectivity?
One and only.
He knows what's up.
A great slam and then some.
I was on like a few of his last episodes. We talked about ukulele, and then I did like, and then I think that the Blue Coin Cast was like the in between before what Connectivity turned into.
Dark Years.
The Dark Years.
Yeah, I edited his guest appearance.
A great slam
I feel like I should move the guest sign up to Nicholas's name on the chat. It's supposed to have all the little Discord icons, but apparently
Then they got too big.
Yeah, I thought that they would appear horizontally.
Unfortunately, they do not adapt to their layout that way.
I thought that the bounding box would surely have them, but no, that's not how it works.
No, because it's effectively just like grabbing Discord's native image and making it transparent.
So,
Nicholas Bray says, I think I say connectivity. So,
oh my gosh, we've got a con. You can't get too close to the flower, otherwise he'll palm you.
He's like an OG host, so he's both a pro and a con.
He is, yeah.
Isn't it wild that we have 788 followers on this channel?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those predate us doing anything.
Oh, I bet. Is it Mario or Mario?
It's Mario.
It's Mario.
There's no debate about that.
He's in there. There's clear voice acting, so that one, you can't really debate much.
For Jordan Rudek, you say Mario, but you're objectively wrong.
I'm not gonna like point it out and be like you're saying it wrong if someone's just in a conversation, but like.
I feel like
unless it's Joe, always point it out if Joe says something wrong.
It's like
What's the thing that he calls his wrong all the time?
Ancient. He says ancient. He says ancient.
Ancient?
Yeah.
I've never heard it called that.
Does he say ancient when he's emphasizing it, or just?
No. He just always says ancient.
Okay. I feel like you're allowed to say ancient if you're like you're really stretching out a word in order to emphasize something.
Out of curiosity, how do you pronounce the name of the first town in Earthbound, the one that has the Smash Brothers stage?
It's on it.
Although it doesn't make sense to call it on it, I'm well aware, because of all the other towns being named after numbers. And...
No, that's the correct way to do it. Because that's not how pronunciation works. Like, it shouldn't be one F.
It can't
But
be
Joe angrily insists that it is.
It doesn't make sense for it to be called 1A. I mean, it does, but it doesn't
could be
sound
called
right.
1TT. That's all. I mean, you could say that. Or one.
Nicholas, you said you're interested in this game. I want you to know I'm playing this on the hardest possible mode, and I'm trying to get like the S tier rank. So you're seeing bad gameplay for the hardest level of difficulty. Just so you know, in case that colors your impression.
We all know that anybody who's ever done any sort of gaming journalism cannot be good at Cuphead.
I did beat the tutorial, I can say that, so I'm surely not that bad. Also, I'm not a game journalist.
I can find your byline on the internet real quick. It's just one Google search away.
Okay, go ahead.
I would not say I've ever done any journalism.
I've never done gaming journalism. I'm just a fan who...
You can also lock onto enemies this way.
I missed it again. Dang it.
I don't see them showing up on screen.
They should be.
Is it possible you have it behind something on the layout?
You're probably right. I probably do. Gosh darn it.
Now let's see. We've got some articles, some reviews, previews.
Okay, I just put it to the very tippy top. Let's test it.
All aircraft report.
Okay,
I guess I mean like games media is probably the more accurate term, not necessarily gaming journalism.
Big Paganator? I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you for the follow, Big Paganator. Sorry, Alex, what'd you say?
We were just talking about what makes you a journalist. I guess we can say that reviews and previews don't necessarily make you a journalist, but...
Oh no, Xander hasn't streamed since we set up the channel reward things.
Oh, apologies.
We forgot to explain those to him.
So, that's the weird thing about having a channel that is managed by multiple people is some of us just don't have the exact same layout and features. So
Yeah.
I think as a mod, I should be able to return those points to you.
What did I need?
You've got like a thing that like when you redeem channel points, it'll play like a little GIF and have Wario go, Wario always wins.
You've got the next best thing. You've got Wario himself here. Honestly, I think I was doing better with the frogs. They never stop. It's like laundry. Leave me alone.
Is the Mario Kart challenge the slowest you've ever had something go?
The Mario Kart challenge?
I wouldn't say so. There's still 12 days left and we're at 89%.
12 days? Oh, I guess we just started it later in the month.
What
Yeah.
is the Mario Kart challenge?
Every month we try and do a channel points challenge where if our viewers can raise up 100,000
Oh, do like Mario
channel
Kart.
points aggregate, then we do something. So like my 100% run of Star Fox Adventures is one of those challenges.
Oh, okay.
I've discovered that maybe the key to making it bearable is to not promise months-long stream series and instead promise a single stream.
Yeah, that's a much better idea. I mean, I was already considering doing Star Fox Adventures after Fire Emblem, but the 100% part of it wasn't something that I had considered.
And now we've discovered that it's the same thing.
Yeah, which is fine by me.
We effectively stole 100,000 channel points.
I don't regret it at all. I mean, I do have to go out of my way and like get the fuel cells.
No! I hate that you can use your super and then they immediately just on top of you. You know what? I just realized something. My screen is not sized correctly to my...
Go playing the answer is probably going to be one stream. True.
Sorry.
I was really excited to see you uninstall.
Does that... Yeah, it totally does. That's awkward. Well, oh well. It's cropped incorrectly for my TV. But, oh well. I don't want to have a big old border for everyone. Alright, I'm gonna give this one 5 more, and if I can't do it, then I'm gonna switch back to the frogs. Because I need a little bit of a break from reincarnation.
Challenge says play, not beat. Fair enough. I don't know, the quality of a Persona game has never stopped Joe before.
It's true. Joe will play anything.
Yeah, but you know what does stop Joe? Difficulty.
Oh, is the answer especially difficult?
It is locked into hard mode.
I did know that it was especially bad, but that adds a whole another layer.
I mean, it's like non-stop. Like you don't get any time to actually attack the boss because it's always
What do you want to?
dropping the seed on you. Don't take that.
How could that possibly be taken out of context?
I'm just
It's a
saying. I'm
flower.
trying to protect myself. Any young viewers are watching. Oh, you can.
I hope no young viewers were watching late last night.
What? Michael, legitimately, are you still here? What does the green shield thing do?
Michael hasn't said anything in a
I
minute,
was gonna
so.
say, I think Michael might have ditched. I think he was disappointed in my gameplay, which is okay.
Well, he was giving tips for phases that we hadn't seen.
I know. I was like, you're giving me tips for things I haven't gotten to yet, man. But I appreciate it nonetheless. I actually knew of some of the stuff he was talking about, so they show up in regular mode. But, no! I don't know if I can do that. Oh.
Here's a real high-class belt. And begin.
Good thing has arrived to say hello.
Hi, Suki.
Isugi.
Suki, say hello.
How goes the Pikmin bloom grind?
It's
I was
been
have to
kinda-
ask you, and
to be honest,
now
I
that
still
we're
play it,
in the
but
vegetation.
it's been kind of boring lately. They're doing like a St. Patrick's Day thing all month, and it's just been like you're guaranteed to get clover Pikmin, which have been available in the game since launch, or you have a slightly higher chance of getting a 4-leaf clover Pikmin, which I was able to get just by naturally playing over the past year and a half. Except for the blue Pikmin. The blue Pikmin, every time he's like, hey, I've been your friend for a while, I got a little present I want to get, and I'm like, cool, go get your clover. Maybe it'll be a 4-leaf clover. I feel like I've done this like 30, 50, 40, maybe 50 times now. And it's always a normal clover, it's never a 4-leaf clover. So that has just been sat there as an unfinished slot in my little decor catalog. And I thought that, well, at least with the St. Patrick's Day event, I'll finally get one, right? But here we are, in the end of March, and I still have not been able to get the 4-leaf clover for the blue Pikmin, despite doing all the challenges, so... Oh well, it's okay.
Four-leaf clover Pikmin. Heavily sought after.
It is very soft. Come on. Yes, okay.
Gotta duck the boomerangs.
That was my chance of getting this ring. Gosh darn it. Alright, well, we're gonna beat him, and then if it's... I want to see if at least it's around 2 minutes.
I don't know.
We're in the last phase now.
Is the first phase the hardest?
Yeah, that's what I think. Oh, the scream of our Wolverine. Extreme pollination.
Then tell us the time at least.
No, it doesn't. It only tells you if you beat him. It sucks. It's alright.
Last day for eShop downloads. Have you guys grabbed much?
No, I haven't touched
I
it.
kind of picked at the things that I wanted, and I do have to say, like, I'm a big fan of publishers doing big, giant, steep sales.
Yeah.
When the shop is closing, like, I think that's really nice. So I got the Capcom. I didn't get a lot of Capcom games, but they did do a huge sale where things were like $3. I got the Ace Attorney trilogy.
Nice.
I also got a good deal of Atlas games from sales. All the Etrian Odyssey stuff, the Persona Q games, and some SMT games. Other than that, I did get all the Fire Emblem DLC.
Very cool.
Mostly because I want to have it on hand. Like I'm a big enough Fire Emblem fan where not sure if it's all like worth it, but
Alex, I told you on connectivity not to do that.
the thing is, I I had already done it like a year ago, so.
I don't think I did that. I know I have Birthright and Fate. I don't think I ever bought the Revelations one. And to be honest with you, I'm at the point now where I just don't like playing on the 3DS, so I probably wouldn't want to play it on the 3DS regardless.
I love 3DS.
I do too. I guess since I've had my Switch, I've lost. I don't know, maybe my hands have gotten bigger, but like when I tried playing Samus Returns and Federation Force, I was like, I'm never playing it on this console again. I put my hands too much. I guess a Fire
I didn't really.
Samus is like that though.
I guess a Fire Emblem
Especially
game
Returns.
isn't as action heavy, so it probably wouldn't be a problem. But
I didn't really go for any of like the fire sale stuff myself because like I kind of made a decision for myself in the past to not buy games that I didn't plan to immediately play because like my game spending was just getting out of hand.
yeah, I did that
So
when
it's
my
like-
Wii shop closed, and then I was like, you know, I did tell myself, okay, well, you just bought all these games, you have to play them, and so I played them, but I didn't play them until the pandemic, you know.
And so it's like I don't know if I'm actually ever gonna play any of these games, so I'm not gonna buy anything that I don't know that I'm gonna play, and I'm not really worried about missing out on games in the future to that regard because there's something that I read in the Splatoon Plaza that about like what it's surprisingly easy to do on a 3DS, but I can't remember what it is right now.
I don't remember what it is, but I did do it for recently, and I'm not sure what I did, but it was surprisingly easy.
The other thing is that, like,
A Dripping Monkey has entered into the chat and says, I'm having trouble with Chef Salt Shaker.
Shaker, he's a hard one. I think he's probably harder than the final boss of the main game.
Is Salt Shaker a DLC?
He is a DLC character.
I haven't played the DLC to this at all.
Maybe I do that. Maybe I take a break from this and show you guys the DLC. It's cute.
But what if I play it someday?
You're gonna spoil it?
Then I won't. What is there? Yeah, you know, I guess like you seeing the game is the spoil. I will say the DLC is very good. It's probably some of the best Cuphead has to offer, which is already amazing. But they don't mess around in the DLC. You have gotta. I mean, you can play it from pretty much the beginning of the game if you start a new file, but it is intended to be played, I think, once you've beaten the game because those boss fights are tough. They play a little dirty. The one I was stuck on the longest was the, which apparently most people say is the easiest one, which I thought was funny, but is the moonshine mob. It's like this like group of insects that are like, I don't know, I'm assuming they're brewing their own alcohol during the Prohibition.
They got like that big old cartoon jug with the X on it.
Yeah,
Nice.
That's the reward you get for beating it, which is really funny.
Oh, they need the cartoon jug of Prohibition era moonshine as a character.
It's like I think it's actually flour, but it's got the X's on it for sure. But going back to the
Gone to the second phase.
Going back to the eShop discussion, though, I also have this rule where it's like, if they're not going to make the games available, then like I don't feel bad looking up a way to play them that isn't exactly the most, I guess, financially helpful towards the people who made the game, because if the game is being delisted, there's no other way for me to play them regardless and contribute to whoever made it, which is a bummer. Also, like, I don't know, there are kids who maybe don't get a Switch or a 3DS until next year or something, and they aren't able to play it because that stuff's not available. It's like Mario 3D All-Stars. It's like, what if a kid got a Switch for Christmas after that game was delisted and been able to play that game? I don't know. Just
Well, hopefully they spend some time in the Plaza of Splatoon 3.
Hopefully. Is that like a secret way to find more ways to play? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, there are just some user-generated posts on there that might be
Oh, really?
helpful for.
Is the Splatoon 3 Plaza like a wiki?
I wouldn't say it's a wiki, but it's like Miiverse where you can just say stuff.
And you can yeah.
And people have said things about the 3DS.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, I think the 3D All-Stars game, is it finally climbing in price? For physical?
It's been about 2 years now.
I forgot that did get a physical release.
Is this the leapfrog part that Michael was talking about? I should have taken damage.
Oh yeah. Without the sale price, it is $64.99 on GameStop.
64. Wow, it's going up. $5
For
more.
a pre-owned, copy too.
I got a chance
On
to,
Amazon. Oh, this is a European version, but it's $90 on Amazon.
my brother and I, we met
PAL version.
We met Charles Martinet last December. He came to Ohio, and we were like debating if we should get him to sign something. And I almost brought my copy of 3D All Stars because it has like all of our favorite 3D Mario games on it, or most of them, I should say. But then I looked at it and I was like, I don't want him to sign this. It just doesn't seem like a product that I want his signature on. So instead, I grabbed our original copy of Mario Galaxy. And his signature in Silver Sharpie looks very pretty on that box.
It had heaps of stock for ages locally. I think I could probably still find it. It says Nicholas Bray. Yeah, there were. I mean, for a couple of years there, it seemed like you could just walk into any retailer and find 3D All Stars very quickly. But
And 3D All Stars got a print run that was relatively on par for most print runs that games get.
Right. Honestly, it's more the digital thing that made me mad. It wasn't really the print thing.
Well, we can also assume that they're not going to do any restocks.
The digital one is artificial scarcity.
Yeah.
Like that, the entire eShop shutting down sucks, but it's clear and obvious that this is an end of life kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's like I would prefer they didn't do it, but I can't get ethically upset about it. Where 3D All Stars is that's ethically wrong.
Right, like that. Right. That will happen to every game, and that's what's happening right now with the 3DS and Wii U. Is that their store is closing, and most of those games are out of print, which it sucks, but that's the way it goes. But 3D All Stars, you're right. Like they did that, they didn't need to do that. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to get that.
Ray says, "Nice, he signed my Galaxy copy when he came here over a decade ago." Whoa.
Cool. Oh, look, I'm playing Leapfrog. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Thank you, Michael. I don't think you're here anymore, but I know what you mean. You leap over every other green disc.
All up.
You don't hear it, but every time it says wallop or and begin, the announcer says something in a really dramatic voice. A brawl is surely brewing. Here we go.
Wonder if that voice actor's whole niche is just old timey announcer voices.
Well, I wonder how much work he gets now, because I don't hear that too often. But hey, maybe he charges.
It probably isn't a stable job market.
Probably not, sadly. He does a great job, though. I give him credit. One of the things I wanted to do for my stream tonight, but I ran out of time, and in retrospect, it probably wouldn't go over very well considering the audio issues I had at the beginning, was I wanted to put a filter over my voice so I could sound like an old, like, a radio announcer.
Would you put on a transatlantic?
Yeah, I probably would drop the bit after a little while, 'cause it would get old, but I definitely wanted to try that. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, one and all, to Xander Please Cuphead, featuring special guests Matt Zawodniak and Alex DeFritos, James Jones,
Leon Kennedy.
Leon S. Kennedy.
and Knuckles. That's right, folks. The year is 1930. It's the new age. We're in a new decade. Everything's going great. Nothing possibly bad could happen. Depression? What? What's that?
America is in a current economic collapse. That won't ever happen again.
Ever. Who's president? I believe it's Herbert Hoover. I think. In fact, check me on that. Yeah. I should just restart. Let's look at the chat. Let's see if there's anyone saying anything.
I've communicated all the stuff.
You have. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate you having someone who's in charge of keeping me informed.
Here's a real high-class bout.
Look, I'm trying to save the president's daughter over here.
Oh, I'm not. This was not a dig at you.
And Zawodniak, saving the president's daughter.
Step right up,
Will he
ladies and gentlemen.
succeed?
Going on next time, folks. Should we bring that back as a society? The transatlantic voice? Is that what it's officially called? Something like that.
I think Mid-Atlantic is another word for it.
Well, the Mid-Atlantic is just kind of like a modern neutral accent.
Like, hello. My name is John.
A great slam and then some.
Your name is not John. I know you.
Yeah,
You're lying.
John. I don't even know why I don't use the chaser all the time. This one just seems like the easiest to use. In theory, it's kind of like Mario Kart where you can win with no matter what combination, but I gotta say, it is certainly easier with other combinations.
I thought they changed up Mario Kart so that you can use other carts now.
Were you the one who told
the
me that,
meta
like,
has been
Waluigi
rebalanced.
or Wario is not the meta anymore? It's someone else?
Well, isn't the meta now Mario in the basic pipe cart?
Yeah. Who was telling me about that? Was it you guys?
Yeah. The meta for Mario Kart is to put Mario in the standard cart.
That's hilarious. All the, like, noob 8-year-olds that are getting online for the first time just pick the best card.
People who spam A when they first get the
Right.
game are now playing the optimal setup. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna grab myself a drink.
You're good. Matt, how was your day?
I've been playing Resident Evil all day.
All day, wow. Did that just come out?
Just yesterday.
Just yesterday?
Yeah, Resident Evil 4 is one of the greatest games ever made, and this totally lives up to the legacy.
That's good. Oh, that was close. That was really close.
Yuki's back.
Hi, Suki. Can't see you right now. I'm in the middle of fighting frogs. Oh, did I parry enough? I don't know if I did. Does the pink fist count, maybe?
Okay, because she can't see you either, because she doesn't understand the human construct of computer screens.
Screens. Wow, I did that one with the. Okay, almost took damage. Ooh. Good so far. Not anymore. I just lost the X-ray. I just lost.
A great plan and then some. Here goes.
We're like an hour and a half into the stream, and I've managed to get one S rank so far. Which is about what I was expecting. Love it for the B2.
I believe in you.
Thank you. I can do it now. I also want to point out that the only reason, other than you throwing last month, the only reason I won Mario Party was because of Neil's son.
Ooh. Right, Suki. Suki does not want to meow into the microphone. Very rude of her.
That was very rude. How dare she?
She never lets me commoditize her for content.
She knows what's up. Like, I won't be a part of your machine. It's so hard to dodge.
This match will get red hot. It's on.
Time to focus. Time to get real. Alright, now time to get real.
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go.
These guys are not that hard. Just letting you... So close. Welcome back. I'm assuming it's you, Alex.
I didn't say anything, so that was a little weird to come back to.
Well, you made a lot
We
of
heard
noise.
the sound of your headphones going on were very loud.
Yeah, so
Oh, really?
I assumed it was you, because I was like, well, unless Matt dropped something. Oh, it might have been a mistake. It wasn't!
I'm not used to this headset. Not sure what noises it's picking up.
No! It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay.
Here's a
We're so
real
close.
high-class bout. It's on.
I can't.
Hey, isn't this the boss that we've been going at it for the past like 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah. It is. It's also the third boss in the game. I guess I could switch to one of the plain bosses. Hold the bird. I haven't done her yet. Should not be easier. I'm typically pretty good at the plain bosses. A lot of people complain about them, no pun intended. But I think that they're pretty fun. It's like one of the weirder bosses too. She's like a blimp meets like a horoscope, like an entity.
Horoscope.
Yeah, like she turns into a Taurus and a Gemini, and whatever the one that's like the Centaur.
Gave Dream Daddy a dad dating simulator an 8 out of 10.
I believe I reviewed that. Or is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
You have an issue?
Hmm?
Yeah,
S rank on
Yeah.
the Dream Daddy. According to this image.
What is it?
Oh, I had your profile pulled up because we were talking about
Oh,
game
okay.
journalism.
Gotcha. I didn't realize you actually did that. Oh, no! We're so close!
A great slam and then some. And begin.
Yeah, I was just going through your forum posts, and it's the
Oh.
top one.
Gosh.
Yeah, there's no issue with it, but you did get an S rank here. Assuming this is your
In Dream Daddy?
screenshot. Yeah.
I got an S rank in Dream. I do not remember this. What does that even
I
mean?
mean, I guess the screenshot or the image you used could have been like publisher provided, PR provided.
What does that mean? Like, is there any context in the screenshot? Like, what is an S rank? Like, you had the best date?
Yeah, date complete. You got an S rank. You got
It's a dating. It's like a
443,500 dad points.
yeah.
And yeah,
That sounds familiar. Was this is like 2018, 2019 when I played that?
August 24th, 2019. 7 p.m. 7:14 p.m. EST. This went live.
I do remember that you would like pick a date. And they were all different dads, and then you had to like. And it was like a choose your own adventure kind of game, dating sim, and you earn dad points. I don't remember what we did with that. I'm assuming there was something cosmetic. I didn't really stick with it after reviewing it. Kind of moved on to other things. It was after I played this game, come to think of it.
You remember your abstract from it? It came, I saw, I dated. Maybe not in that order.
I wrote that?
Unless somebody else wrote your abstract.
I don't remember writing that. That's funny. Wow. I came, I saw, I dated. Maybe not. Wow. Oh well, my college days.
Yeah, are you sure Xander wrote that?
Are you sure I wrote that? That doesn't sound like something
I
I
had the
would
same thought.
Doesn't sound like something I would write. Maybe it was. I don't know. I don't remember that though.
Here's a real high-class bout.
I'm gonna have to look that up. I have all of my original drafts I saved. They're just in my old NWR folder. I'm sure it's still there.
Put it in the old group chat.
The old group chat. The old Mario Party Monthly.
Plus Justin, plus Pat.
Where's Justin? Justin, get in here. He loves to make fun of me playing hard games. AKA Ice Climber. I'm assuming there aren't any audio issues. I haven't heard anything from the Twitch chat in a while.
Ing just said Sagittarius is the centaur one.
Is it? Sagittarius.
A brawl is surely brewing. It's on.
I guess it is kind of a centaur, yeah. More of a half man, half cloud. If I don't get it on this next try, I'll switch to that one. We can see if we can make any progress with the playing mobile.
Here goes.
Even if I don't get any more S ranks, at least tonight is good practice. Alex, what are your favorite cartoons?
You know, it's funny. Like, I enjoyed cartoons as a kid, but my high school era was probably the time I got the most into them.
Yeah.
I think Cartoon Network really had a renaissance between Chowder, Misadventures of Flapjack,
Yeah.
Adventure Time,
Yeah.
the Gumball,
Yeah.
regular show. Like that was when I was most into cartoons. And regular show in particular, I feel aged even better. Like watching it in high school was fun, but you relate to it on a much deeper level, like in late college. You know, when you're just like struggling.
It's funny, of all of those, that's the only one I don't think of that lot I've seen.
Oh, it's so good.
Ugh. The coin attack is ridiculous. Okay.
But of course I grew up with all the classic stuff as well, Tom and Jerry, Looney Tunes.
Giant sentient slot machines.
Giant sentient slot machines. Ah, coins! Yeah, no! That might have just been it. If I beat this guy and I just lost that one hit point, and that's the single reason.
You get a chance to
I mean,
play.
yeah.
Bless him.
Also, are we past the 2-minute point?
We've got to be, right? Like, let's find out.
Not.
I swear. You'll know if it's good if it's yellow. It can be around 2 minutes. Like, it can be a little after. I'm not sure what the exact threshold is. It might be boss to boss. As long as it's yellow. Ooh, yeah, that's not good.
Nope.
Bummer. Alright, we're switching to the plane.
Yeah, at least it wasn't just HP.
But I got a new record! How about that, guy?
Look at you go.
A- for improving. We're gonna
James, how did your dinner turn out? Is it burnt?
Yeah, how was your dinner? What'd you
No.
have?
It was flawless.
Flawless?
Beautiful.
I just produce rather nice sandwiches, but I had to make bacon, and I do it in the stove, just because I don't like getting oil everywhere.
That's wise.
In the oven. So there's that like weird threshold of like it's not cooked enough versus it's cooked too much, and it's a very thin line. And
I avoid that line by just getting frozen microwave stuff.
Oh God.
Just
I've cooked it on the stovetop a few times, but I have gas. So
I have
if
two.
oil gets out of hand with a gas stove, things go very badly.
So mine is weird. It's like my gas range has the 4 different burners, but in the middle there's like a griddle on it, and so I'm able to cook them right on that. But if the tray fills up with any of the bacon grease, it can be pretty nasty pretty quick if you're not keeping an eye on it.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I have not had a grease fire in this house, but I've gotten close.
It's not happened to me, but it definitely has happened to some of the people that live in this building, and it's really scary every time. We're gonna switch to Hildeberg, threatening Zeppelin.
There's a nice char mark on the grill on the metal part where the pot sit that I assume was a grease fire, but
Yeah.
I cannot confirm.
Does Hilda say, "Oh, the humanity"?
No, but she does say "ha" a bunch of times.
Oh, she said it.
Yeah, can't confirm. Ha.
Yeah, here comes her first phase, where she turns into Gemini.
You like the shoot 'em up segments?
I do. A lot of people complained about them, but I think they're pretty fun.
So not to distract you from the moment that you have 1 HP.
Shoot me. As long as she doesn't turn into a guy with a sword. Or I mean an arrow.
What about a guy with a bow?
That's what I meant.
Oh, well, then I regret to inform you, she has in fact turned into a guy with a bow. Yeah, halfway.
Yeah.
I don't like how many of I don't like how many of the phase markers are at the front half of that line.
I know, isn't that great?
It's like, oh, this last phase must suck.
Yeah, the last one's ridiculous. She's like summoning UFOs and shooting stars. It's a whole thing.
Told me about the horoscope thing and the blimp thing. I was not ready for the unicycle thing as well. There's a lot of concepts going on with this character.
Ooh.
I was trying to do.
Is this character a We Wear 3?
At least a We Wear 3.
Perhaps even a We Wear 4.
What was the rule? Was it good font 3 and then 6 was for concept?
No, 3 was both concept and good font.
Well, Cuphead has a great font.
Well, no. So 3 was good fonts early on, and the deeper we got in, eventually 3 became this has a concept.
So this is how reviews break you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, how Seren breaks you.
Well, no, Seren has many ways to break you. Please don't reduce her to her most base form.
Speaking of reviews, here's the last phase. Alex, you should tell James about my Dream Daddy review.
Well, according to the images that correspond with the review, he did get an S rank, assuming that was actually his gameplay. So he's been able to S rank successfully in other games. We know that much.
Okay, well that's good.
Now, are you prepared for the abstract that Xander wrote for this review?
I don't remember writing this.
Oh.
I came, I saw, I dated. Maybe not in that order. For Dream Daddy, a dad dating simulator, Switch review, 8 out of 10.
I'm disappointed. I expect better. I expect you to treat this site like a family site. Disgraceful.
I don't remember writing that.
Results. Oh, it's not yellow.
Why?
Oh, we got one yellow.
Gosh darn it. That's hard.
Just a B rank.
Just a B rank. Did you just see the hell I just went through to get that B?
You know what B stands for?
Below average.
B stands for better do it again.
Bad. Business.
Stands for
Every letter
business.
stands for business.
Hey,
Pretty sure there is an incident of John going M. It stands for business, and I'm like, sure, great, whatever, I don't care.
Did you
You
guys
can't hurt me anymore, bald man.
did you guys do your retroactive last night? Or 2 nights ago?
No. So we are gonna do a little bit. So John's basically been really busy. So he hasn't had a chance to play much of it. I haven't had a chance to play much of it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna do the intro of the game this week.
Okay.
Then Guillaume's out of hand for a month.
Oh no.
So we're gonna face the second part when he comes back. We've done 2-part retros before. We just
Yeah.
stopped doing them.
Well, I'm aware. They're on the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I should write into this retroactive so that I have a third podcast in the last 12 months where I've given my hot takes on Wind Waker.
I literally was just
Great.
thinking, like, Matt, now's your chance. You can get in another dig at the Wind Waker.
Matt has had multiple chances to shit on one of my favorite games of all time. We don't need to give him any more.
Although, James, I don't know how you guys are all playing it, but Matt has the unique wisdom in that he played it with the. He and I played the Tingle Tuner thing on the GameCube.
Oh,
Not just you. I was there.
Yeah, you were.
I have done the single tuner thing before on the GameCube. I played it, that 2-player thing, single player.
What? How?
Yeah, that's how I had to do it when I was younger.
Speedrunner.
I went Sakurai claw hands, double controller.
That's wild.
I was pretty successful with it. No, obviously there were times where I was like, no, I'm not gonna use that right now. This is not amenable to what I'm trying to accomplish. But generally speaking, the Tingle Tuner was really at its most useful when you weren't fighting. It was the other stuff you could do with it.
Yeah.
It also is critical to speedruns of the game too.
It is. But well, we're all doing the Wii U version of it.
Okay.
That's the correct choice. Because I learned the hard way that the controls in the GameCube version feel way worse. Link's handling and stuff just does not. It's not as well tuned.
What if I told you I disagree because my gamepad has the stick is slightly off, so Link's always kind of trotting his feet like he's trying to move but not walking.
Oh, that sounds like a skill issue.
Well, so it's especially good during the sword fighting thing where you have to find exactly what direction the control stick is slightly off and adjust it, otherwise he won't do the right sword swing.
That's
Including
Argo says really big echo, unfortunately. Also, hi Argo.
From who? The game, me, James?
I think that's how your microphone is picking up Discord.
Oh shoot! Right. Okay. Well, let me complete this, and I will move my microphone. I'll just turn down the volume on my end.
I will yodel while we wait.
You do that. There's a level in this where I should play the yodeling level. There's a level where the background music is yodeling. It's another flying level.
Great.
Yeah. You fight a cow with a vacuum cleaner. It's great. It's one of the funny levels.
I wouldn't want to show up the artist who made this game, though. I feel bad.
It's true. Yeah. I mean, Cuphead's it's renowned.
Work so hard.
Cuphead's renowned for its beauty, but I gotta say, the world has not really met James Jones yet.
Have you seen the TSI stream?
Yeah. Oh, is that part of that?
That's a different kind of art. That's the art of a man's soul.
Oh gosh, that one's hard to avoid. Alright, let's turn you down.
I hear the echo a little bit. That's weird.
Alright. It's because my microphone is literally right next to speaker.
That would do it.
Yeah, it's just I don't have a very long
I have the headsets.
Argo asks, "What was the dating game the other day?" James, have something to
Wait,
say for yourself?
the other day? That's probably not mine. You mean yesterday?
I don't think there's been a dating game this week.
Well, because the most recent stream before James' stream was Kingdom Hearts all the way on Tuesday.
Yeah, and then before that was Star Fox Adventures. I mean, like Persona 3, we could probably call a dating game.
That was Hair Salon. That's the name of the game.
Okay, do I sound clear?
The full title was Hair Salon Cool Stories.
Yes, but there's no stories, and nor is it cool. So, there's no hair salon. So the entire every element of the title is a lie.
Is the echo gone? And also, can you still hear me?
I can hear you. I do not know if the echo's gone. The only way to find out would be to unmute the stream to hear the echo anyway.
Well, chat, let us know if there's still an echo. Echo.
That was counterproductive.
That sounds like a cool story to me.
I was waiting for the cool stories to start happening.
There are no stories.
Do you want me to tell you a story?
If there is one, I didn't notice it. Okay, so echo appears to be gone.
Cool.
No, there's no stories. It's just, I mean, you kind of write your own story, I guess.
Yeah, there was an emergent story about your experience with your career.
Does that count as emergent gameplay? Part of me wants to review it super seriously. Part of me wants to absolutely take the piss. Most of me wants to not ever think about that game again.
Is that a review code?
No, I bought it. With my own
Okay.
There was a game, Powgi Bingo, POWGI, that I actually asked Neil if I could review that one in a very specific way. I'm going to read from the page. Excuse me, it's just Bingo for Nintendo Switch. I swear it used to be called Powgi. And it's described as play Bingo for Nintendo Switch and get excited by everyone. That's it.
Okay.
So I asked
I
Neil
agree.
if I could review the game and then evaluate it based on whether or not every person I met excited me from that point forward. And his response was, yeah, sure, whatever.
What was your abstract?
I ended up not writing it because that sounded like I was going to have to play Bingo for like 5 hours by myself. And I'm like, that'd be a really funny joke. It's not worth it. But I felt fairly confident that the act of playing Bingo was going to make every person I encounter exciting.
That would be a really good April Fool's Day joke, wouldn't it?
If I didn't have to play Bingo for like 5 hours, yeah, it would be great.
Yeah, bingo. We're not playing bingo for 5 hours. No, sir. If we're playing
Single
bingo
play-
for 5 hours.
Single player prizeless Bingo.
No, that's a no for me, man.
Well, the prize is the journey.
I don't know what's worse, like playing one game of bingo for 5 hours or playing multiple
And all the
games.
excitement you get, too.
I mean,
The
there is a
excitement.
possibility that it would work, and it would mean that every human I encountered at that point would excite me, and like that would be a hell of a prize. But you know, excite has a lot of meanings. It could also mean that like my fight or flight response kicks in every time I meet a person. It's sad.
Yeah.
Now, I don't live with people, so that I'd have to go out into the world to evaluate that statement.
Is this a good time for me to tell you that I'm moving to your area and need a place to stay?
I regret to inform you that there are no available rooms anywhere.
It's really sad.
Nowhere in the entire state.
We've closed it all.
In fact, the only opening is actually like in a different country, unless you stay where you're currently at.
Yeah, we've got a waiting list.
Waiting list.
How long?
pretty sure John's like on the top of the waiting list.
Oh. John lives in like basically paradise. He's not moving anywhere.
John's he's on the banned list.
I'm pretty sure John's in a better place than he has any right to deserve.
This one will get red hot. Here goes.
Like
I'm
this guy.
comfortable with the tongue-like shape this guy takes.
I know, isn't that great? He's very animated.
Very animated is the way to put it.
The skull coming out disturbs me less than when he becomes a tongue out of a sarcophagus.
Yeah.
I don't know what Suki is doing, but she is losing her mind right now.
Because there's cats in the screen everywhere.
You killed them.
She has largely learned to ignore whatever is happening on the television.
Why is this game so hard? Who's your favorite part?
Well, because you put it on hard mode.
Expert.
Thank you for the reminder.
You chose. This is a finely crafted experience exclusively for you.
Ah! Do you need to borrow my sarcophagus?
Or is he spare?
Yeah, Xander, there is a way for the game to get a little less difficult
Turn it off.
if you get good.
One of these days, I'm gonna catch that. I can't. It's sad because I should catch that way quicker, but I'm so focused on beating this game that like I don't have enough mental energy to like remember like that's the bit.
Basically, just like walking into a D's nuts joke at this point.
Really,
Yeah.
yeah. One of the Bofa jokes.
For what?
Both of these nuts.
They give him a win.
You did that.
There we go.
You did that on purpose. That doesn't deserve.
It's the only one he's going to see for the next 15 minutes.
15 minutes is optimistic.
I'm counting on eventually he's going to back out if he can't beat this one.
Of the game.
Of this level.
Yeah. I did back out. I did not beat Cagney Carnation. I didn't beat the frogs. I didn't beat the blimp lady. That makes me think I'm gonna beat the genie.
I believe you will eventually beat the genie.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You have beat the genie
I have beaten
previously.
the genie is one of the harder ones. It's got a lot of different phases.
Thing says D's cups. Please clap.
I don't know.
What's the shared root word between sarcophagus and the human body part?
Oh, next phase. Here we go. I'm not gonna get an S rank, but hey. I'm making progress.
Esophagus.
Esophagus. That's the word.
Esophagus?
Whoa.
I mean, the root, the end
Yeah.
of sarcophagus is Greek from to eat.
Oh, okay.
What about esophagus?
Yes, esophagus is the same. Because I want to say sarcophagus means flesh eater.
Alright, we're gonna go to the yodeling level.
Thanks, Greece. Fucking assholes. He could have just called it a tomb.
James, do you like yodeling?
Define like.
Like you would turn it on and listen to it recreationally for your own pleasure?
I just open the window.
You regularly get on your favorite music streaming service and pull up a yodeling playlist?
Here's the thing, though. I have to actually get to the part where the yodeling starts.
I just like to consume the sort of organic yodeling that's happening around in my day-to-day life.
This one is probably one of my favorites, purely for the joke. But I have to survive long enough to get to the joke, so we'll see if that can actually happen.
So we can't hear.
Yeah. You're really inflicting all this yodeling on us.
I know, I can't really inflict it until we get to the joke.
Oh, it's Western yodeling.
It is Western yodeling.
Okay. I thought we were going like Swiss Miss chocolate yodeling.
No. Ow.
Cow yodeling? Yeah, that's my favorite genre.
Is it?
No, I'm much more.
This is a DLC boss.
Yeah, so this is a DLC boss.
Is it drunk driving if you're operating the bar?
No.
Okay. I did almost get hit by a pedal cab in Nashville, which is like a bar that everybody pedals, and the bartender sits in the middle of this round table, and everyone else sits on it and then pedals. So the bartender is both driving and getting a bunch of bachelorettes drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a thing there. I don't understand.
I don't
Wait,
think
the bartender's also steering and
Yes.
providing drinks?
Yes.
Wow. I went to a
That definitely
wedding
sounds illegal.
I went to a wedding last year where
Nashville. Many things that should be illegal are.
Okay.
they rented out like
Sorry.
a vintage car, and it had like a tap on the side of it, and like that was like the bar. Yeah.
Your Honor, I couldn't be driving with an open container. My car is the container.
Literally what it was. I'll have to find a picture of it. It's pretty funny.
Clearly, my car is not open until the officers opened it.
Yeah, the car is the dream.
So as long as the door was closed, the container was closed, Your Honor. Loophole. I found a loophole.
The best part was the tap was only accessible from the exterior of the car. So if they
Officer, I'm
wanted,
not drinking and driving. I'm only drinking at stop signs.
So if they wanted to get a drink, they'd have to get out of the car and go over.
Just have a crazy straw, like one of those ones that like spirals around.
like a big old hat on, you know. And,
Oh, yeah. I mean, granted, I live next to the state that pioneered the fine technology of drive-through liquor store. So,
Oh my God.
we have many of those in Ohio.
why is this thing? I remember as a child when we were on vacation going through one, and we weren't buying alcohol, but we were going through one, and I remember thinking, is this because you don't have time to get out and get drunk?
I'm assuming.
I can't stop driving, but I can't live without booze. They sell T-shirts too, so you can tell people you're an alcoholic even when you can't.
Oh, great. I survived the liquor drive-thru.
You survived me.
Or it's like an I love
That's
New
right.
York shirt.
You survived my trip to the liquor drive-thru.
I died only because you made me laugh.
Well, you were gonna die anyways. Let's be real, man.
I consider that a success. Oh God, they still exist and they still sell the same shirts. Dear God.
Well, you can buy one of those shirts then.
Picture yourself sitting inside your vehicle in the middle of a building, surrounded by large coolers of ice-cold beer, wine, and beverage racks filled with your favorite beach munchies, and colorful shelves of the
munchies?
world's famous T-shirts lining the walls. This is part of the brew through experience. Also, brew through is amazing. What an absolute! I don't give a shit about your safety. I've got an 800 number. There we go. Well, you can buy kegs. You can drive through kegs.
That's a really big purchase to make it a drive-through.
Excuse me, sir. Can you just load my keg into the back?
I was like saying, can you pop, is this like a clickless thing? Can you pop the trunk and just put the keg in? Put it in my tub of ice that I've got.
I've got a kegerator back there. Can you just hook it up? There's lines coming out. I just pop it up in the
Put it next to the other one, to the others.
No, not the blue one. The blue one's got Blue Toad Patty Green in it. Oh, they've gotten all fancy since I was a kid. Now they've got like, it used to just be like, how many flavors of Ice House do you want? Now they've got like fancy beer.
I don't know
how I
my
feel
dad
about
took me
that.
to one. He was like, "Hey, have you been to this place?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "You haven't been to the drive-through liquor store?" I'm like, "Dad, I'm 18. What do you mean I've been to the?"
I feel like if I had that conversation with my father and I was like, no, he'd be like, damn right you haven't. Keep it that way. He'd be like, hey, when I'm about to die, I better ask you that question and still be no.
I feel like if you ask anyone that question, the answer better be no.
What were your father's last words? He asked if I'd ever been to the drive-thru liquor store. I said no. He said, good. I'm going to haunt you if it doesn't stay that way.
I'm so disappointed. We haven't gotten to yodeling at all in this level.
I think there's like a sign on the inside of our car that's like, don't drink and drive. It's like, you have an establishment that singularly exists to facilitate the action.
I think with the drink and drive, we'll play Mario Party 9.
There we go.
First, we need to physically be able to play Mario Party 9.
You can apply to work there on their website. Wait, applicant must be 18 years of age or older to apply for an assistant manager position. Are you 18 years old? Wait, so that means I can be a non-manager at 16?
You just can't serve alcohol.
It's a shed that you drive through. How are they going to stop me? Like, there's no way 16-year-olds don't take that job just to steal beer.
Yeah, probably.
Absolutely. That is the only reason to do that job. Are there any shifts you cannot work? No, give me them all. How are you referred to?
You should go through the application process just to like get an interview. And then just ask them like, what the fuck is this?
You've not been shut down.
That's a great stream idea.
How are you referred to us? Walk-in newspaper ad? Are you fucking for real? By an employee? Facebook? Twitter? Craigslist? They advertise jobs on Craigslist.
Oh, there's a lot
Yeah,
of
I
jobs
mean,
on Craigslist, man.
Other please specify are my favorite. Job fair.
Oh my god. Yeah, I went at a job fair. I got recommended to a drive-through liquor store.
Imagine showing up at a job fair, bringing up your resume, your
like,
portfolio ready.
It's like I spoke to Northrop Grumman, I spoke to multiple banks, and I spoke to Brew Through. My parents would immediately be like, you better not fucking apply to that.
Brew Through is a really good name for a liquor store.
It's not bad. It
That's
really
pretty
is.
good.
They don't serve hard liquor, which is good.
Oh, okay.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
Did you want two references? Are you fucking for real? You don't get to ask for new references. Oh. Apparently, they have an educational blog on there to tell you about how to smoke cigars. Oh, also the mascot character's name is Big D.
Big D.
Of course it is. Because of course it is.
Professional reference should be your AA sponsor.
That's right. I won't drink the product because I've stopped drinking. I consider this my final test.
This is so hard. Sorry. I need
Thanks,
to-
as I stepped away. What
No,
the
you're
hell did I
fine.
miss?
We're just planning our retirement business opportunities.
Alright, I think I did it. Alright, here's the joke.
I'm gonna turn the volume on.
Well, that was short-lived. Thanks for watching.
And I have to mute it because the voices echoing in my head were competing with the voices that are normally in my head. So,
Do they talk to you often? Do they yodel to you?
I mean, they say what they need to say, and I take it under advisement. Also,
Hey,
I
I'm gonna
listen to
step out
Mad.
now. Have a good one. Good luck, Xander.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for coming by.
I was thinking I might have to step out in a bit. It's going to be 10 o'clock.
No worries. Appreciate you.
Later, y'all.
See ya.
Farewell. God bless, Xander.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Appreciate it.
And remember.
Get good. I
There
know.
we go.
Get good.
Remember, this is a marathon stream.
Slow it down.
Don't worry, it'll be fast.
Thanks for coming.
Good day for a swell battle. Here goes.
All right, back to the frogs. Let's do it.
I know. I was like, well, if they're leaving, I guess I can focus, right?
I forgot that I'm supposed to be watching on the Discord, on Discord. So you're like, or not. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
No,
And
you're
then like
good. You're
20
good.
seconds later, I saw why. Oh, right.
Well, if you're staying, I could move the guest thing back
hanging out.
down into a place that makes more sense.
It's fine where it is.
Yes,
Somebody else can pop in.
Yes, it's true. Tell Seren to get in here.
I can't tell Seren to do anything.
Yeah, you can.
That's not how this relationship works.
You can tell her to do things, whether she'll listen to you.
Most of the things I do are tell Seren to not do things. Please don't do that. Got this. This guy is nothing.
I know, this is easy. Did you see what I was doing earlier? ADD.
Yeah. Now you got skill.
Yeah, now I'm good.
You got good.
I have gotten good, indeed.
See, really what you needed was those guys out of here because they were messing up your flow.
It's true, yeah. I'm just trying to take out the trash.
I wish I could turn into a slot machine.
Don't we all?
Make so much money.
I hope I parried. I'd be so sad if I didn't.
You parried a lot.
I know. I don't think the arm counts, unfortunately. I think it has to be the fist thing that he throws at you.
I don't think you parried any of those.
Yeah, I don't think I did either, which means this might all be for nothing.
I think you dodged every one of those. But also, there's like a weird jerkiness in the Discord feed, so who can say?
Oh, you would know it. It'll make a little sound.
Which I can't hear, remember?
Yeah. Right. That's true. A bird.
Knockouts.
I just lost that 1 health point. That close.
You had 4 at the start.
I know, but you have to have at least 3. And I have 2 now.
Oh. Well, then let's hope you didn't parry enough.
No, it's too long of a game anyway. Yeah, alright, well.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Oh, that's mean.
Yeah.
That's not a B minus. That's not a B minus.
It's all about those stats. How much health do you have at the end? How much time did it take you? Have you seen the flower?
Yes.
I'm gonna go.
What is the weird flat Cuphead looking thing?
This thing? I think it's
Yeah.
supposed to be an axe.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah. Bye.
He had to ask you a question.
He did. That was never a dull moment with you, James.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. I'm pretty
I
sharp.
was worried you were losing your edge.
Yeah, cutting edge jokes only. I'll let you pick. How about this? We got
Okay.
Baroness von Bonbon, Beppy the Clown.
Give me the clown.
All right,
give me
we're
the
doing-
clown.
We're doing the clown.
Give me the fucking clown.
We're doing the clown. This is a nightmare fuel clown.
Yeah, I've seen the clown before.
Yeah, he's
And
great.
I don't want to run the risk of falling asleep, so I want the nightmare clown.
Okay.
A brawl is surely brewing. It's on.
You have to parry the ducks.
I parry the duck. You didn't parry the duck?
I tried, but the thing has a homing thing on it. No!
Hey, duck. All right. Don't shoot that duck. Don't shoot that duck.
Dang it! That was not what we wanted. No!
You could. We kind of parried the duck.
I did parry the duck, but I took 2 damage, which is not optimal.
No, you're still at 3. You're still at 3.
No, I started at 5.
Oh, well, you're still at 3. So
I know.
success is no, now you're at 2. Look at this. Parry the dog. Parry the dog.
I'm trying.
Why are we even here if we don't parry the dog?
Life's real questions, truthfully. I died. Let's change my
Memento Mori.
Memento Mori, indeed. Cuphead really is the next. What is that game with the Memento Mori mechanic?
There's a lot of them.
The one where it's like a monochromatic art style, and you're like a pirate ship or whatever. Not a pirate ship. It's like a trade ship. You know what I'm talking about? You played it. I'm positive.
Obra Dinn?
I promise you.
Obra Dinn?
Obra Dinn. Yeah.
Okay. I was like, every game uses the phrase Memento Mori. It's like the only Latin they know.
That's fair.
A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes.
The moon is terrifying. Gosh. It's crazy because it's like, oh man, I knew it would be hard, but like I'm doing terrible tonight.
I mean, are you, or is it just that you're bouncing around a lot? Whereas if you were trying to get S's normally, you would just grind.
I probably would grind. I honestly thought, like, well, if I'm going to grind, I might as well just stream it. Then I was like, well, it might be boring for people to watch. I don't know.
I mean, if you just say this is a grind stream, like, yeah.
Yeah. There also is a certain level of randomness to this game that I think is intentional, so that way the runs don't get boring for replayability, but I sometimes think it comes across a little unfair.
I mean, I think if it was just like the same pattern over and over again, though, it would really just turn it into a rhythm game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not too far off from something like Punch-Out, which it's all about pattern recognition, but like because it's got platforming elements to it, sometimes things can spawn in a way that's like, that doesn't seem like it was anything that was my fault. Oh crap, I got run over by a roller coaster.
Here's a real high-class bout.
I didn't press that.
Good day for a swell. Here
James, what are your weekend plans? I guess your Sunday plans at this point.
I would say, well, it's Saturday.
Yeah.
I probably owe myself a workout, which I really don't want to do.
Come to the right place.
I sacrificed one earlier this week because of my release schedule, where I was working at 3 in the morning. It didn't really feel like working out afterwards. Go figure.
You probably should. You need sleep.
I mean, I got 40 minutes. That's sleep.
Not
of a
that's not
of a sort.
Okay. I guess by definition, sure.
But I tried to make it up, and then Friday, I actually could have closed it on Friday and actually made them all up, and I just didn't have the momentum to even get up on Friday. I was so just gassed. It was just like, nope, I'm not gonna do it. It's leg day. My leg days are like, I'm not really trying to do. I'm basically just in sustainment mode.
I was gonna say, what do you do? Because I know you typically work out from home, right? You like built your own gym.
Yeah. So, leg press, kickbacks, which I hate kickbacks. Oh, I hate kickbacks so much.
They're not fun.
Leg extensions, so like on the machine where you lift your legs up to pull the weight.
Yeah.
Hip abductions, those suck.
You have all that equipment? That's awesome.
The machine, I have a machine, and it basically can do all that stuff.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And then I do some core work on leg day as well.
Nice.
So like some weight resistance crunches, some trunk rotation stuff, a couple other things.
Got it.
But I've maxed that machine out pretty bad, so I bought a bunch of resistance bands to increase the amount of resistance on it. And now it's just like, oh, this sucks. I hate this. But the thing about leg day is it's so many sets.
Yeah.
Because you obviously you can't do kickbacks for both legs at the same time.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of like arms. You gotta treat each one individually.
Right. But with arms, like if I'm doing curls, I can at least do both arms at the same time.
Yeah.
Depending on what kind of curl you're doing.
For me, I've got like 2 different size calves and feet, and so I have to treat each leg individually regardless. So like, I do isolated exercises, especially for calves. It's kind of annoying to like change the weight over and over again, but it's what it is.
Yeah, for whatever reason, like kickbacks aren't that bad, but for whatever reason, I hate them. I just hate doing them. They take forever.
Yeah.
But I do 3 sets of 12 for most things, and I do 3 seconds up, 3 seconds down. So it's 6 seconds per rep, and 12 reps, 3 sets, 2 legs.
Yeah, adds
Feels
up.
like it takes forever.
Yeah, and if you do multiple exercises, you're adding a lot of volume. That's why, like, I guess depending on like how much weight you're doing, and as long as you're like getting, it depends on like the type of volume you want to put in for the day. Like, you shouldn't do that for every leg day. You can alternate.
Yeah, I should probably do some harder number leg days and try to drop the volume. I actually struggled with arm, where like the strength's still going up, but I'm not really getting anything visible out of it at this point. And what I was reading is like, well, you should probably do some kind of arm work like 5 to 6 times a week. And I'm like, wait, what?
Really?
Really?
I only do arms twice a week.
So that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
No, but
my goal is to.
Different.
The gym bro split is to like do every muscle group once a week, but like if that works for you, great. But like for me, it's like I don't need to wait a whole week to do like my chest again. Like I can recover quick enough to do another one.
Yeah, and I'm not doing a ton on my chest either. Like I do 2 types of bench.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately that comes out to 6 sets, 12 reps. Like, it's plenty.
That's
Twice a week.
Yep. And then if you're doing bench, then at that point, you probably just like finish it off with like, I don't know, some like cable stuff if you have that at your machine. Or...
Yeah, I kind of want to get a dip station.
Oh yeah.
Because when I was working out at the office, what I would do is I would do bench. I would do flat bench on one day, and I would do angle bench on the other.
Yeah. That's kind of what I do. We have an incline, flat, and decline at my gym.
Oh, decline. Decline scares the shit out of me.
No, it looks scarier than what it actually is, I promise.
I just feel like I'm going to lose it, and that's going to be it. But I used to always close out with basically just doing as many dips as I could manage at the end, which is usually a pretty good number.
Yeah.
Until failure, and then wait 3 minutes and I'm doing my stretching, my cool down stretching during this.
Oh,
and
I think I took the at the last second. That might have been an S.
Oh no! And then do it again.
Yeah.
So like, and obviously I wouldn't be able to do as many the second time. And basically just keep doing this cycle until I just couldn't do anymore.
Yeah.
Like when after the rest, I went to go do one and just immediately go to the floor.
Oh wow.
And that blew my chest up.
Nice.
Because it was really just polishing off the work I had done.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have a dips machine or a dips station here.
No, I don't
They're
do
not
a
that
whole lot of
expensive.
dips, to be honest with you. I probably should do more because they're also really good for your triceps, depending on how you lean into it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's.
But you,
Yeah.
I can like. I could like a tower. They call it Tower of Power or whatever. They're like $100.
Mm-hmm.
Just buy one.
Yeah. Also, you could if you're. I haven't done it before, but I know there's also a way to do it. If you get chairs, you can just use chairs to make your dips. But
They have to be heavy chairs.
They have to be very heavy.
Because otherwise they will fold in on you.
Yeah, and it'll be pretty bad.
I've done it on. So my kitchen counter is a C shape.
Yeah.
So it goes towards the wall, then it goes vertical, then it comes vertical. But there's like a I've done it in the corner of the counter before. So I've got a hand on each side, and then I'm in the corner.
That's nice.
And so they're flat on the counter, and then I fold my legs up behind me as I'm doing them.
Okay, good.
I don't get as much tricep action. It's all chest at that point.
What I typically,
But-
and this is a little more advanced, but something I'll do with dips is I'll get like a weightlifting belt, and then I'll put a chain around it. There's like little loops you can hook through it.
Yeah.
And then I'll put a plate of weight, like maybe 10 pounds,
Oh.
and then just add
Oh.
to it. Because then it becomes not just body weight exercise, but also a little bit of resistance training as well.
Yeah. See, and that's why I was usually using it as like, okay, I just want to push everything to their breaking point kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I was just doing that, I'd probably want to do something additional. But, you know, like I can, even more so than when I'm hitting a new bench number, like I can feel it in my chest.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What's interesting is when I was training with like just pure weights, like the machine I have is, you know, it's those resistance bars
Yeah.
rather than weight. It's a Bowflex.
Nice.
So the number doesn't matter because the number it's not the same as using plates. You can't compare the two.
Mhm.
I was able to hit a lot higher doing less lifting when I was doing plates, like the number,
Mhm.
but I couldn't go nearly as long.
Yeah.
So like right now when I'm in the office and I'm using the plates, I'm doing like 140-ish, somewhere in that neighborhood.
For benching.
Not a huge number.
Okay.
But you know, I'm able to do like 12, 12,
Yeah.
6. I really fall off a cliff on that last set.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like
but-
nuts. If you have a spotter, then you can do heavier and you can feel safer. I get that.
Yeah. And I'm on a Smith machine there
Yeah.
for
Oh,
insurance
when you-
reasons. That's all they let us have.
Yeah.
I like the Smith machine personally. I feel like
it's
I'm willing
fine.
to go.
I prefer
go harder.
always probably prefer the free weight more than anything, but
No, I get that. You can do more, but
the Smith machine is perfectly fine. I think
the
it
Smith
gets a bad
machine won't.
rap.
You won't die if you're by yourself on the Smith machine.
Yeah.
The worst that can happen on the Smith machine is you don't set the stopper position right,
Mhm.
and it comes down, and it won't land on you because the with no stopper position is still pretty high.
Yeah.
But I've absolutely done it where I went to failure and it came down and I forgot to set the stoppers and then I was just trapped under it.
Oh no.
And I'm like, well, I'm just here for a while until my body recovers enough to lift this up one bar. It didn't take that long, but it was like, no, this sort of sucks.
Yeah.
This is kind of
That would
embarrassing.
really suck for sure.
And I was there by myself too, so there was nobody around.
Oh no. Give me a call. I'll be right
was
there.
like- I was like, well, I'll just lay here for a while. I had the phone. I just pulled it out and watched a little bit of a YouTube video, and I'm like, okay, I can move it now. Fine. It's
Well,
click.
I guess I don't know what you would do with a Smith machine because with a bar you can just kind of roll it or angle it off of you. It's not gonna feel good, but it's easy to get off.
Yeah.
Smith
You
machine,
can
you're
kinda-
pry it underneath of it.
If there's enough space, you can slide yourself kind of off the side of the bench
Yeah.
and go down. I probably could have done that, but it would have felt a little uncomfortable. So I just kind of, it wasn't on me. It was like a quarter of an inch off my chest.
Yeah.
I was just like, I'll just
But
wait it out.
it's just tight enough where you feel kind of come down. I get that.
Yeah, and I was like, I'll just wait. I only need to lift it up one spot.
Yeah.
But that's all they'll let us have at the gym, at the office, because for insurance reasons.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, because they don't want somebody at the office gym dropping a bar on themselves and making them have to pay out a bunch of insurance.
It's a Smith machine. They probably don't realize that because it's Smith machine and the bar are a little bit different. But I guess I would expect more from an office. Like the office I used to work at, they didn't have a Smith machine. They had a free bar. And it was much more available.
Yeah, I think the philosophy there is like the worst case scenario in the Smith machine is not nearly as expensive for the insurance company as the worst case scenario with just a regular bar. Because Because I've definitely eaten it on a regular bar, and that sucks.
It does. It's not
That's
fun.
that's the end of your workout for the day.
You have to kind of swallow your pride after that.
Eating it on the Smith machine, you're usually fine.
Yeah.
That worst case scenario, it's kind of like, ow, that hurt. Fucking hate that. I don't like it.
Those bosses, I think there's a little too much RNG involved.
Oh well, especially because you couldn't see the spikes because her thing was in the way.
Yeah, well, also, she's like Medusa. She can just periodically turn you to stone, and there's literally nothing you can do but mash your controller.
The other advice I got when trying to improve my arms is that I need to do more distinct types of curls.
I'll be honest, with curls, like, there's just so many variety. I honestly think that volume is just the most important part when it comes to getting big arms. You want to do progressive overload. That's kind of like the magic trick. That, and obviously you need to be eating a caloric surplus if you want to put on mass. But progressive overload is kind of like your best friend. If you're doing 20-pound curls with an easy bar 1 week, maybe do that 2 or 3 times. And then if you're like successful, you're hitting your 12, then bump it up a little bit. And you want the next week to maybe be 25, 27.5, 30. I think some people scoff at like small increment weights, but really that's where the magic happens.
Yeah, I need to take the number down. So at home I've got those dial-a-weight curl hand
those
curls.
are nice. Those are really nice.
Yeah, I got them on sale. I got them for $180 for a set of 2. Up to 50 pounds each.
Oh yeah.
Now, have I ever put them on 50 pounds? No. 50-pound curl sounds like a nightmare.
For individual arms, probably be pretty tough for someone who doesn't have like football level arms.
Yeah, I mean, like these are single hand weights. Like,
yeah,
50 pounds would be brutal. But I'll do 17.5 per 12 reps, 3 sets.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I need to drop it back to like 12.5 and try to go like 6 or 7 sets.
Do you catalog your weights at all?
I do. Everything is documented.
That's good. So you have something to look at and see how you're advancing.
Yeah.
Just keep doing that.
Yeah.
But, like, progressively increase it or decrease it, whatever you feel you need.
Yeah, I feel like decrease. I should try sometime doing more sets, less weight.
Mm-hmm.
That's
a bit of a powerlifting approach for sure. I always go like a warm-up set and then maybe 3, maybe 4 if I'm feeling like really up for it. Of whatever weight is good, I can do for 8 to 12. I'm kind of old school when it comes to that. But you can also do like 2 sets. You could do a warm-up set and then you could do 2 sets of really heavy. Like you don't have anything left in the tank afterwards.
I've thought about that too. I've thought about like, what if I did shorter sets, more weight? Because I haven't really been able to get off 17.5 for a while. Like I'll drop down to 15 some days if I'm feeling gassed. Like I haven't been able to get my left arm past 17.5 ever. So my left arm's the one I blew up back in 2021.
Yeah.
And when I started when I got clearance to lift again, I was doing 5 pounds with it.
Oh wow.
Because I didn't have use of it for 2 months.
Yeah, so that atrophy probably hit you pretty hard.
Oh, it was brutal.
But you probably experience though, because if you do it often and then you have an injury like that happen, your body is smart. It'll recover quickly. It's got like muscle memory or whatever that's called.
I was back to 12.5 in about a month.
I was gonna say it's easier to get back to where you were as long as you've had it before.
12.5 to 15. So I was at 15 when I got hurt. 12.5 to 15 took forever.
Really?
But when I had my 1 month checkup with the surgeon, and I got clearance to work out again, which was about 2 weeks earlier than he planned to give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, all right, I'm going to give it to you because I don't think I can stop you. And I'm like, no. What he didn't know is that I'd already started doing like 5-pound curls at that point.
It's funny.
And then I had my 8 week, and he's looking at it, and he goes, you know, and I gave him the workout numbers, and he's like, all right, I was still under a limiter. He's like, all right, I'm taking the limiter off. If I see you again, I'm going to be really pissed. And I'm like, okay, gotcha.
What is your goal? Like, are you trying to tone up? Are you trying to slim down? Are you trying to put on size? Get stronger?
I'm trying to slim down a bit. I've actually had a lot of luck with that by just absolutely juicing my cardio lately.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So I was doing basically I was polishing off 4 lifting sessions a week with 15 minutes of pretty hard elliptical cardio. And then, you know, I would walk for an hour or bike for an hour every day. So if I'm walking, that's about 400 calories. If I'm biking, that's 5 to 6. But starting back in November, so there's we opened an office near me, and it has got a smaller gym than the main office, but they do have these really nice pre-core ellipticals.
Yeah.
The one I've got at my house is like $120 one that's really uncomfortable to use. Because it's got a really, you know, the thing with ellipticals is the stride length really influences how comfortable they are. And mine's got a really narrow, really short stride length. The one at the office is like full stride. And it just feels good. I've been doing an hour 5 twice a week, and then like 30 once a week on it.
Really?
And those are like the hour 5 is like 900 calories, according to my fitness monitor.
Really? Wow. Are you using like a Fitbit, or are you just having your phone in your pocket, or?
I've got a Garmin. I can't remember what their type is, but it's measuring heart rate and stuff. And it's estimating I'm pulling down like 900 each session, and then like 400 in the 30-minute session.
Wow.
So yeah, that's like an entire day of calorie burn added to the week.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I've lost like 9 pounds, but that does mean I'm not going to put on any mass.
I'm gonna ask you, like, what does your typical like liquid consumption look like? Are you a soda drinker? Do you drink alcohol? Do you strictly water?
I do drink soda.
Yeah.
0-calorie soda.
Okay.
I do drink water. I do have a beer or two. Maybe you know up to 4 beers a week.
Yeah.
But spread out.
Sure.
That's pretty much it. Like, I don't drink coffee. I might have tea, but that's pretty uncommon.
Yeah.
I drink too much soda, but I'm not getting any calories through it, thankfully.
Yeah, I'll say you're probably still getting a lot of sugar out of it, though. That's probably your one problem you're gonna run into.
Yeah. It's the hardest part really lately has just been like that I'm in that weird place where like if I crank my numbers, I get absolutely toasted. But if I don't, like I've kind of plateaued and this is all easy.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, I either just need to accept that I need to move the numbers up, and that I'm gonna have workouts on the paper that look bad.
For me, the biggest thing is like I can't work out effectively if I haven't gotten my sleep and I haven't gotten my food in for the day. Like I can't work out on an empty stomach, let alone like just not gotten enough food. I don't know. I try to carb up, so to speak, so that way I have enough energy to burn while I'm actually at the gym.
See, that's the funny thing is I actually work out before I eat.
Really?
And I'm usually okay with it, but one of the things I learned is that when you do that, your body tends to eat less.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's probably like something that's effective for like slimming down. Whereas I've just been on the gain train for literally years now. Power. Yes, pretty much.
Like I want to get. So when I lost a bunch of weight when I was like 24, 25. I was way overweight. And you could see it in that one of those E3s. I looked fat.
Is it the one where you're at the panel? It's the only E3 I've seen you at. You don't think you look bad there.
Yeah, it's the one where we did like the shows from my hotel room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was a little fat. I lost about 60 pounds there, and I got down to 160. I wasn't doing a lot of lifting though.
Okay.
When I came back from Japan, I was down to 152. I lost 8 pounds in 12 days.
How tall are you?
5'6".
Oh, okay.
with a reasonably heavy build,
Yeah.
shoulder wise especially.
I was gonna say 170 for 5'6". That is a little heavier.
Yeah, so I'm at about 170 right now, but it's not. I don't carry a ton of fat.
Yeah.
I'm stocky.
Yeah. The barrel-chested husky bill. I get that.
Yeah, which makes it hard to put mass on or put like visible muscle mass on.
Well, I'll
It's
say
just
though,
sort of-
if you've been like keeping up with like the workouts and you've been doing, if you keep up with like progressive overload, you're going to put on muscle size. But if it's covered up by just like tissue, once you like lose, even if it's just water weight, if you like,
oh yeah,
you're gonna look really good. That's the nice part about being on like a shorter, stockier side is that you look way bigger, way faster.
yeah. I can hide a lot of muscle mass in my shoulders. I've noticed that. Like if I take my shirt off, you can see that my shoulders. So if I stand sideways, you can actually like see that my shoulders are further out than my hips.
Yeah.
Like going backwards by a
like
significant
the beginning,
amount.
like that V taper kind of look. Just like you have to
Yeah.
down the waistline.
It's like, what the hell's going on with your shoulders? Are you leaning backwards? No.
Yeah.
This is what they look like. So it's like there's stuff there. It's just it's weird. It's kind of come in weird, but I'm mostly just trying to be like I want to get to the spot where by the time I turn 40, I'm in the best shape that I've ever been in, which is weird.
That's admirable, man. I feel like a lot of people. I feel this just as I'm a 26-year-old, and everyone's like, "Well, enjoy your 20s while they last, because once you hit 30," and I'm like, "No. I refuse to like turn 30 and then all of a sudden I feel like I'm old. Like I'm gonna continue to get better, no matter what number."
I was probably in my best shape around 28, 20. No, it wouldn't be that long ago. Let's see. What age did I want to have? So it was about 6 years ago. I was in 2016. I went to Japan. I'd already lost the weight by then. I would say 2015. So that's what 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about 30. Yeah, so I mean, I probably was in the best shape of my life around 30, 31.
And now you're get back on that, man.
I'm pretty close. You know, I'm not doing the daily weigh-ins anymore. I got a 171 the other day, and I was like, oh shit, that's really good.
I'm kind of obsessive over it. I'll be honest. Maybe some people will see that as like a problem, but like I weigh myself every day. I track all my macros. And it's, the guys in my small group all make fun of me for it. They're like, "Oh my gosh, you're weighing your pizza. Chill out." I'm like, it's fine. But I don't know. I just like think everyone's got whatever works for you. I suppose the right attitude to have.
That was actually how I got down. Was I did it through the weight and mass of the food I was eating rather than restricting what I ate.
Yeah,
because I realized
it can be very hard, and I think it can be a little daunting for people. But I actually do think that like keeping a catalog of what you put into your body is a really important thing. I think people don't recognize, and then like once you have that thing, you can look back on it. And you don't have to chart it out if you don't want to, but like just the act of like having a list and like you can flip through the past week. You're like, oh, maybe this is why I feel like I'm in a crappy mood, not just because of the crap I put up with at work, but like, I also like haven't been eating well, despite like I don't know. Sometimes we. When we're hungry, we eat a bunch of food, and then we feel full, but like that's it. And then we starve ourselves for a while.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's kind of important to kind of have an ongoing understanding of like what you put into your body. Like I don't actually like eat meals unless I'm like with a group of people, like my coworkers or family or friends. I typically just kind of snack throughout the day and prepare those snacks in advance. Which this all sounds incredibly pretentious, but I'm not trying to do it. It's just like that's what works for me.
Yeah, and for me it was, you know, like I ate a pretty big meal today for dinner, but I also didn't have lunch. And for breakfast I had one of those like toaster waffles.
Yeah.
that are like 200 calories a pop. I
Yeah.
had one of those. And then for food, that was besides some peanuts I had, not a lot, like
Yeah.
a handful. That was pretty much it today.
That's
But I
not gonna help
also
you,
didn't
man.
work out today. I also didn't work out today. I went for an hour and an hour and a half long walk,
Yeah.
which like people like I really tried to explain this to somebody who was talking to me about trying to lose weight. It's like going for a walk, like a long walk, is actually a really good exercise for weight loss.
Oh, absolutely. Walking, people do not realize, like, oh, how much exercise can you possibly get out of walking? Like, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. Like, you don't realize it, but you don't really walk as much as I think you do. You get up,
Yeah.
you walk over to the shower, you walk to your house, sure, but you're not constantly walking. You're going from place to place.
Right.
And for most people, it's the same thing at the office. It's like walking to your car. Like you will be on your feet for sure, but you're not actually actively walking. Right now, I'm literally just sitting here. I've been sitting here since 7 o'clock playing a Switch. I haven't walked in several hours now.
I did 1,300 steps. 13,000 steps. Like
Yeah.
that is actually a crap load of exercise.
Yeah, that's like the one genuine thing I get out of Pikmin Bloom is I can see how many steps I put into the day.
Yeah.
And it's in a cute little Pikmin format. It's whatever. You could just look at my Apple phone and call it, but I don't know. It's silly. I wish that game actually did more that allowed you to incorporate the Apple Fitness stuff, but they don't seem interested in doing that.
So they'd have to come up with the supports. Well, honestly, Apple probably makes you pay if you want to integrate with that thing too.
Probably right. I mean, Pikmin Bloom has to be free to play.
Let's see how many steps I did. So it says I only did an hour 6 today. It says I did an hour 6, but it was 377 calories. Like, if you get a 377 calories out of an hour of relatively low intensity workout, that's really good ROI.
Yeah. And
Like,
you also
an hour
have to
on-
work out every single day. I think that as long as you're doing it consistently, like all this stuff, like, I can preach it all day long. Like unless you do it consistently, you're not going to get anything out of it. You might feel good for like a week, but the moment you relapse and then go like months and months without them doing anything, you're just not going to see the progress that you want, and you get sad about it. And the cycle repeats itself. The whole thing.
Oh yeah, I'm very good about at least getting like a 45-minute walk in every day.
Yeah.
Weather be damned. When it's cold, doesn't matter. Bundle
Yeah.
up, go deal with it.
That's kind of how I am. Okay, it sometimes sounds so pretentious when I try to describe it to like my coworkers. Because they're always like, "Want to hang out and go to the bar tonight?" I'm like, "I can't. I gotta go to the gym." And like, that's all you do. And it's like it's not all that I do. It's just I do it often.
Right. It's also about figuring out what you can do that works in your schedule. So like work from home for me was a blessing because I can if my schedule suddenly has a 45-minute hole open up in the middle of it, well, I'm not going to start a programming project with 45 minutes. It's going to take me 30 minutes to figure out what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly.
But that might be a chance for me to just stand up, walk to the gym, which is literally one door over, and knock out arm day. Because arm day takes about 38 minutes.
Yeah.
On a fast arm day. It could take up to 50-ish if I'm really trying to juice stuff. But if I'm just trying to work through a sustainment routine, 38, 40 minutes, then some stretching on both sides, which I can definitely do cool down stretching during the next meeting. I'm on the call and I'm stretching afterwards.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I'm not gonna. But that made it possible for me to do this stuff almost every day. Unless I'm getting up at 3:30 in the morning.
If I had been 30 seconds quicker, that would have been nice. This game.
30 seconds is a lot
It is a long time.
to shave off.
That's the part of this game where it's like I really do enjoy the gameplay, but I often will have to take myself back and be like, if this weren't animated on ones and it weren't like the art direction were so strong, would I like this game? Like if this were like a pixelated game, would I be as into it? I don't know.
I think the art direction in this game does it a lot of favors. I think mechanically it's still very good.
Yeah.
I think it's just that, and this is true with all games, is that the fact that they look appealing is a significant part of how much
Right.
your enjoyment of the game isn't just a function of its gameplay.
Absolutely. I also I'm enjoying the gameplay despite my sometimes feeling a little cheated at times. Overall I'm enjoying it. If it were a pretty game I didn't like the gameplay, I wouldn't keep playing it, right? So I don't know. It's a weird thing for me. I like it enough to keep playing. I'm trying to think of a game that I think is pretty that I didn't like playing.
Yeah, I'm struggling to think of one too, honestly.
Yeah, I'm sure one will come to mind. I don't know.
Oh, I got one.
Yeah.
Let me go find its name. It was a PlayStation 360 game. Oh, let's see. Resonance of Fate.
I don't know what that is.
It's an RPG.
Okay.
Enslaved, which is Journey to the West with cyberpunk, is really pretty. It's really pretty, but I felt the gameplay. It was like character action-ish.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it felt shallow.
Here's one. Tumbleseed. I'm terrible at this game.
Oh.
I have been trying.
Why did you wait? Is that the bad Popeye game?
Yep.
Why do you have the bad Popeye game?
I didn't know it was the bad Popeye game. I kind of just bought it, and it was super cheap, and I was like, "Oh, this looks like fun." And then I played it, and all 25 minutes of it were horrible. If you want, that was being generous, by the way. It's really a 3-minute game.
I when it came out, so I saw the video trailer and went, "Oh dear God, what am I looking at?"
It's rough. I think honestly, I don't really remember what it was that sold me on it, other than maybe I just like Popeye, and I thought, well, this looks like fun. Let's try something new. And then I played it and was like, this is terrible.
Well, and if the Cuphead vision and stuff works for you, I can see where Popeye would work. Because Popeye is one of the sources of inspiration for this kind of art.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, Popeye the game does not, let's say, honor its legacy, unlike Cuphead. I'm thinking about using it as a punishment game for one of the guys.
I mean, that would be pretty good. It's notorious.
It's pretty bad. Actually, there's one of the bosses. I'm gonna go to him. Screw the rat. One of the bosses is straight up Bluto from Popeye.
I guess doing animation in this style really isn't doable at studio level anymore, is it?
It is, but not from a business perspective. It's absolutely possible creatively. It is too time consuming. I mean, there's that Netflix show based on Cuphead, and it's not animated the same way. It's animated using puppet animation, which is where they take the drawings and they put the pins in them and then animated it through that. Whereas everything here that's moving, obviously this is a painting, but this flag, that boat, those are all drawings, and they're all animated on. I'm assuming they're all animated on one. It looks like it. Which means, if there's anyone else in the chat who doesn't know what that means, it just means that they hand drew each individual frame and then play the animation.
which is like this is literally the old. I put it in front of a camera and took a shot of every cell.
Yeah, they did it old school, and I think really, it's even if it were a bad video game, which it's not, I think that's very commendable to put that much work into the art direction. 'Cause
It might be borderline crazy.
a little bit, yeah, it might be, but I mean, it succeeded for them, and yeah, the Netflix show didn't even bother doing that. I'm assuming probably because they weren't allowed, probably because of the timing.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been, that's a show that was tied to a license that needed to get out, but also it would have been almost impossible. The cost would have been.
I mean, they got away from doing that in animation in like the 60s and 70s, and Hanna-Barbera, their whole thing was like, let's just make it as cheap as possible, so they would reuse as much as they possibly could, and it's completely different from this.
I don't think what it was. There was holdout, well, cell-based animation, and not redrawing every cell one at a time, but they've been doing that in Japan forever. But like even just drawing and reusing components, even that was like held on for a while there, and it fell out of favor. And now they're all doing computer-based puppets and everything.
Which I don't have a problem with puppetry animation. It looks good and it's serviceable, but it's one of those things where it's like when you know what something could look like, it's hard to not see it as like a lost potential in some way. But I'm also not a business executive, so I don't have to think about those things all the time.
Right. Like I can't have every episode of my show cost as much as a season of another show because I wanted to draw it all by hand. But also, I don't even know that you could find an animation studio. Like, I know they used to send these things to Korea to get animated.
No, probably not. Disney's done that before. This is a very old example, but the 1989 Little Mermaid almost didn't have any bubbles in it because there was some sort of a workers' protest. I have to look at the history of it, but they were basically outsourced to China. All the bubbles for the whole film, and they almost they almost didn't get them because there was something going on.
I wonder what because I know if you look at the credits of like animation program, including stuff produced in the U.S., stuff produced in Japan. You just see Korean names everywhere because they still have those studios they outsource to, like The Simpsons famously outsourced to Korea.
Oh, really? I did not know that.
Yeah, in fact, there's episodes relatively early on where they make jokes about it.
That's funny. I wasn't a huge Simpsons guy. I've actually been trying to catch up on that kind of stuff. I watched Family Guy for the first time not too long ago. I mean, actually watched it. I obviously had seen clips and knew the characters, but I mean, I properly watched the show.
Yeah, and that one never did it for me. Simpsons did, but I was also a kid when Simpsons was, at its peak, so I have a certain affinity for it. But that it really, I don't even know where you would find somebody to do the amount of work it would take at this point.
No, absolutely. I mean, the most I can tell you is you would need co-ops or interns to do it for you, but also your students. They're there to learn, not give you quality material that you can use as a product.
Right.
Hopefully they walk away with something in their portfolio.
But because you'd have to have somebody supervising everything they made.
Yeah, every single thing.
And you'd have sending so many things back for redrawing.
That's one of my disappointments with Disney. I mean, I know everyone hates that company now because of what they've turned into, but I honestly, the beginning of the end for me was when they closed their animation studio in after the Princess Frog came out. It's I don't know, it's kind of what your company's built on. What do you mean you're just not going to do hand-drawn animation anymore?
Yeah, everything is CG there now.
I know, every single thing. I think Mary Poppins Returns was the last moment where they did anything 2D.
Oh wow. Like at the same time, I get it, I do, but yeah, I mean, and the other part of it, doing it 3D is that you can look 3D stuff that's drawn in 3D. It's a lot easier to make toys out of.
Oh, absolutely. It's the same model and everything. I get it. And
You
can
send it
reuse
straight to the factory, and they just make it.
With hand-drawn stuff, you can't reuse that. With Frozen and the sequel to 3D stuff, you already got the model, you got the rig, you got the engine for it. You don't have to rehire everything.
You just spice it up a little bit, tighten up some things, maybe add some more detail because now you can render faster.
Yeah, and then people will be like, well, that's too lazy. There's no way Disney would do that. And I'm like, well, have you seen their live-action movies lately? They're comfortable remaking those. It's just the same script, maybe tweaked a little bit. Even some of the shots are the same for the animated movie. It's really weird.
I mean, honestly, it would be kind of disrespectful to the art team if they didn't reuse some of those components.
Yeah. I mean,
like, go remake this character. Is she changed? No. Then no, I'm not going to remake. I'm not going to redraw her.
Right. Well, I hesitate saying the words out loud. It's like I know it'll happen, but like I almost wonder, like once they've dried the well of live-action remakes, are they going to start doing CG remakes of their 2D animated movies? Like, is that the next 10 years?
They recently kind of implied that the remakes might be slowing down quite a bit because they weren't doing the business that they did early on.
Yeah, I think because people caught on, like, oh, you're not putting much effort into this.
And people just kind of didn't want to do them any. Like there's a limit to how much people are willing to watch. Yeah. And I mean they're running into it with a lot of their content with Marvel stuff, with Star Wars stuff.
Yeah. I don't watch the Marvel and Star Wars stuff anymore. Once the movies kind of ended, the Star Wars ones, and then the last Avengers movie, I've seen a few things, but by and large, I just kind of like hopped off that wagon. Not because I was like dissatisfied on what the content was. I just was like, I think I'm done with this. And
yeah,
everything I hear now is that people really don't like the direction they've taken it, which is disappointing. It's like they did put a lot of work in all that.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was never a question of, like, did they care? It was a question of, did they know what they wanted to make?
Yeah.
And that's always the challenge. Like, it's easy to do something and just go, like, I don't know.
Right.
I'll figure it out. Trying to think what it was that I saw. So, actually, back when we did the Patreon episode, there was an episode I did where I talked about a really god-awful anime from the 60s.
Yeah.
Called Ken was the name of the game. Ken was the name of the character. His name was in there. I just can't remember what the name of the show was. But
I'm not familiar with. That's one part of animation I'm not as familiar with.
So it was notoriously bad. Because it was very, very cheap. But they were doing, they were drawing every frame.
Really?
But they were reusing stuff, too. So it was a kind of a mix.
Mm-hmm.
But it was so low quality that it was like, they would just, as opposed to having keyframes and then filling in, they would just, they would, literally shift the frame over a little bit to show movement. Charge Man Ken, that's it. But one of the funnier instances was they really only had, because the film that you used to use to take pictures of the cells was expensive.
Right. And a lot of that stuff doesn't exist anymore. Supposedly they put those in salt mines because of the moisture, but I think a lot of those were cleaned off. In the early days, I just wipe over them or paint over them, which is a real shame.
Yeah, because it turns out film is really expensive.
Yeah.
And you have to process it.
Yeah.
So the film for this one, they would shoot the scene. Because literally that's what you were doing. It's like it really is very similar to stop motion. You'd set up the frame, the cells, however many cells you've got, you take the picture,
Yeah.
and you do the next one.
Yep.
And they would basically just like there was no time. There's never time, so they never went back and like tried again or like reviewed what they were doing or any of that. Like it was just like whatever we got is what we got. And so what would happen is like they would have a bad shot. They'd have a bad, because it's a photograph. Like stuff can get screwed up.
Right.
And they never reviewed it. So you would end up with a film stream that has like a hair on it because there was a hair on the lens or there was a hair on the cells. And so there would just be a hair in the shot because they never reviewed anything because they didn't have any money because they spent all their money that they had. Like there would just be a hair in the shot for like a whole scene.
It's stuck like that.
And so the whole scene, there's just this hair floating on top. But the best is because it was like stop motion.
Or maybe the cell wasn't perfectly lined up. You can see the border.
Because it was like that. They'd occasionally have situations where, you would, when you're changing scenes, like, hey, we finished shooting this scene. I'm now doing the next scene. Mm-hmm. You'd have a sign that you put down to take a picture. So the editor, who was literally somebody with scissors, would have a visual reference that says, this is we're on the next scene now. Go ahead and cut the film here. You take a picture of like a sign so that the editor can just visually see when they're looking at the strip, and that would let them go on and do the next thing. Mm-hmm. Well, there's one instance in that show where the sign to the editor got left in.
Oh no.
So it's not just the sign. It's the picture of the hand holding the sign.
Yeah.
Because when the editors, they probably took 3 or 4 shots of the editor holding the sign there. Because if it's just one frame and the editor's
how do you
just
edit
looking
that
at
out? It's a part of the.
Well, so I mean, you cut it out. Like it's film strips. Literally, you took a pair of scissors and you snipped it.
I'm thinking like a 2023 editor.
No, this is like old school editor.
That's something I kind of wish I could. I don't even know where I would learn to do that. I was looking online. Proper like editing from the old times.
Yeah, I mean, like you could probably get one of those like. I mean, really, all it was you took film, mm-hmm. and you set the rate of advance on the camera at per button press rather than 30 frames a second or whatever you're set 24 whatever you're running at if you're filming.
Yeah.
And you would just let it roll. And what they would do is you have to have a really really steady hand. You'd cut the frame you wanted out, and then you'd cut or you wanted to start again, and then they made like a special tape that you could like put on them so that the little holes in the film tape weren't covered, and that was literally how you grafted 2 pieces of film together. And so they would just do that,
fix it in post,
and so you had literally so you would give a bunch of frames of the hand. That way, the editor, who might not even be looking at it projected on it, they might just be looking at the strip in their hand, mm-hmm. Could see it. And it's like, oh, there it is, right there. I see it. And then they would just like snip, done. But if they screwed up and left a frame because they cut one frame too early, oops.
Right.
Now you have a hand. If somebody bothered to watch the friggin' thing before they sent it off to air, it would have been fine. Except they didn't. They just left it.
They just kept going.
which is great because that show was so cheap.
What was the name of it? Ken?
Charge Man Ken.
Charge Man Ken. I'm gonna have to look that up. The only anime I've actually seen.
This is a bad example of anime.
I know, but the only anime I've actually seen, I would say a proper, like, bona fide anime. I'm not counting Pokemon. I'm not counting Avatar. I would say is it was Death Note. I watched that 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was nice.
There's some older stuff when it was all hand drawn. That is just like
I mean, I've seen Akira. Does that count?
Yeah, that counts. I mean, there's some stuff out there where it's almost pornographic. How much the animation team was like, no, we're gonna do this.
Yeah.
It's like you need to calm down. You've absolutely annihilated your budget. What did you hope to accomplish here? I can't remember what show it was. There was a show in the 80s. Some of the people who have since gone on to make other stuff, but I'm blanking on what it was called. There are people who went later, and like everyone who worked on that show became famous, but not for that show. It was one of those things.
Really? It's just like they all started in the same place.
Yeah. It was like they all recognized that they were, that they all saw talent in each other, but they were all still young at that point.
Yeah.
And so they ended up doing this stupid show. It wasn't very good, but like because they were all young and inexperienced, and they're like, we know better than these old farts who kept telling them to slow down. Oh God, what was the name of that show? It's gonna be crazy. They basically blew all their budget. And so, like, episode 1 is this just orgy of spending.
They ran out of money.
Yeah, so, like, by the end of the show, it's like, it's a lot of characters just sitting around talking about things that didn't happen.
Yeah. The storyboard.
It's like, man, that fight that we all did was wild, huh? Yeah, it was crazy.
It was great, yeah.
You should have seen it. So it's like a 6-episode series too, because it was made directly for like Laserdisc distribution.
Really? Oh,
and so like episode 1 is just this ridiculous amount of money. Episode 2 is fancy, but you can see they're already starting to go, oh shit, what have we done? And like episode 4, it's just like people sitting around talking about a show you never got to see. It's like, oh, this is great. I wish I could remember, because remember I read something where it was like the producer was like, there were some things we should have paid attention to, and they were telling us we didn't understand.
I am always fascinated by production stories, because sometimes it's like you want to think that it's like, oh, it's the business stuff that gets in the way, but other times you're just like, no, it's just the poor planning. And then you remember, oh yeah, like, this happens at my own work. Of course it's going to happen at a work that's built for entertainment too.
Oh yeah, there have been shows that were produced where they just ran out of time. Like, they needed to get to the final episode. They had 26 episodes to do it, and they had 28 episodes of story to tell. And they just told themselves, well, we'll figure it out. And at no point, or well, maybe too late, they stopped and said, hey, we haven't fixed the problem. We still have too much story. But they just kept making stuff. They're like, well, they're making episode 3. They're like, well, we'll figure it out starting with episode 4.
Yeah.
Episode 4, we'll figure it out with 5. And then, they're at episode 19. They've got a 26 episode run. Like, they've been told, you have 26 episodes, finish the story. And episode 19 is going to air. And it's like, well, what do I do with now?
Right, or like they clearly have storylines that were cut, and so like,
it just ends.
Yeah.
The plot just ends. It's like, wait a minute.
Certain characters just drop out of the plot for no reason.
Yeah, it's just gone.
I'm aware of that, for sure.
There's definitely been some where it's like, did you just forget? About that plot thread?
Yeah, this isn't an animation, but do you watch Doctor Who at all?
I've seen some, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they just drop stuff.
They just sometimes drop things. Not that I like begging for perfect continuity in that show, but like the last season that they did, it was kind of ridiculous. I'm assuming it was because of COVID, but it's just kind of crazy the amount of things that had like the. I'm gonna spoil what happens without spoiling what happens. Let's just say the universe.
Okay.
The state of the universe at the end of the season is that everyone has died. Basically, mass genocide across all the cosmos. But somehow they save the day and everyone's fine in the next episode, and that's kind of that. They don't ever acknowledge that the universe was destroyed. It was never undone. They just did it and pretended like it was fine. It's really weird.
I remember which there was a show that I used to hate watch. It was on Saturdays because Cartoon Network had it. It was an anime. It was bad.
Code Lyoko?
It was really no, not Code Lyoko. This is much more recent. Code Lyoko is this French nightmare.
I grew up on Code Lyoko. I'm well aware of it being a French nightmare.
Like it's just a visual horror show.
It's ridiculous. Like, what were they thinking?
Oh, it's so ugly. What's it called? A Black Clover. It's a garbage show. Absolute trash.
What was it?
If I was at home on Saturday, I'd Black Clover.
If I
was at home, I would watch it because it would be on. And one of the funny things about it was how cheap it was. Like it was so cheap. And every production trick in the book to save money, they would play it. Like there was one episode that I was watching it, and somebody I know was online, and we were joking about it while it was on. It was a 40-second, like their intro credit was a minute 40. So they got that minute 40 every week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's 30-minute show, so it was 24 minutes of content. So a minute 40 of intro, a minute of outro. All right, so that's 240 out of their 24 minutes. Done every week. That's a lot.
Wow.
That's a lot of your content for free. Then that particular episode started with a 7-minute recap. That every bit of it was reused.
7 minutes?
7 minutes.
That's a lot of your time.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my
So
God.
now we're at 9 minutes and 40 seconds of 24 minutes is recap.
Yeah, that's you're not gonna get. And then you throw in commercials.
Yeah, it was great. Like and the show would do like a still image that they would just throw After Effects on, like blinking and shit.
Yeah.
Like the show was just so cheap. It had the worst effects. It was garbage. And like there was just something about watching that show and just getting the opportunity to see like, they probably saved $1,000 on this.
Yeah.
But the thing was they had the reverse problem. At the end of the season, that was so cheap, the network ordered more.
Really.
And so the cadence
they're digging themselves in a bigger hole then.
Yeah, so the cadence they were producing the show at, they were producing an episode a week. You know what the problem if you can produce an episode a week is? And you're producing it out of a manga, so there's like hundreds of episodes worth of content. Well, there's hundreds of episodes worth of content from the manga. If you can consistently put down an episode a week, you know what the network wants you to do? They want you to never stop.
Yeah.
Because you're making the cheapest show they have, and you're able to put a new episode on every week.
Yeah, and
so the production staff is just getting killed.
This is an anime, but isn't that the thing that happened to MTV with that show Ridiculous or whatever?
Yeah, it just kept making it. It's like we can crank out an episode in 6 days.
Yeah.
So never stop making episodes. So this show went like 152 weeks straight.
Oh my gosh.
With a new episode.
That's ridiculous.
Like they might take 1 week off for like a holiday. It was insane.
So they got to like episode 152, and
I
they're
don't know
finally
if
like,
that's
okay,
feasible.
we.
Like, how do you keep a production team that long? I guess if they're being paid.
Yeah, they're being paid. Whatever.
Right,
So
whatever.
there was just this. But like, the thing was, you could tell at some point they got some budget, like versus before where they had none budget.
Mm-hmm.
And so like they started putting real effects in. Like there was a one effect that became a meme on the internet because it was supposed to show that our hero had a power that he couldn't control, and he ended up like being sucked up like a tornado.
Really?
And it was literally if you like took the video and just looked at it frame by frame, somebody just scribbled a tornado shape with the pen and then cropped out his face from a cell and was just pasting it on different parts of the squiggle and moving it around.
Oh my gosh.
It was, and this is digital, so
That's
that's
hilarious.
extra cheap. It looked like absolute trash. And like it was so funny that was the part where I felt like I realized I had fallen in love with that show.
You're like, I
I
have
was
to
like-
see what happens next.
Like this show is so bad. That I kind of love it. I kind of love how trash it is.
Yeah.
I don't want it to get better. I want it
I
to
think
get
at
worse.
a certain point that kind of becomes its brand. That's kind of the expectation people have for
Yeah.
it. You know?
Like and the funny thing was it kind of worked for that show. I don't think they did this on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
But like the whole show sort of had the air of being a parody of those like shonen action shows targeting like young boys.
Yeah.
Because like everything was super over the top, but in a way where they're like, yeah, we know.
Right.
Our characters were like too cool for school, but to the point where it was a joke. And everyone was an idiot. Every single character in the show was a blithering moron. Inside the consistency of the show, but also outside of it. So like they knew what they were doing, so it kind of worked. But I don't think the production studio realized that. I think they just lucked into it. But I distinctly remember an episode where I think we had single-digit minutes of new content. It was 24 minutes content for a 30-minute show.
Yeah.
And I want to
most
say
of it is a recap.
I want to say it was like 8 minutes and 30 seconds of new content.
I guess at that
We were
point,
just
yeah,
like-
you can milk that forever. That's like a mobile game of children's now.
Yeah. You were like, this is the best show ever.
Pretty much, yeah.
Fuck every other show. I
It's
need
like
this
how a
show
Power
that-
Ranger like takes forever to morph into the thing that it's like supposed
Oh yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
If they've got more content than they have episodes, they'll just cut that morphing sequence down.
Oh, for sure.
Oh god, we were just
And then they
we were
can
just
sell a toy out of
howling.
it. All the different stages.
We were just
Yeah.
we were just howling at how bad it was. We're like, this is amazing. I don't want it to ever end. I want this dumb show to go on forever. Because you turn it on, and at some point the show had reached this point of like, it was parody, then maybe it wasn't parody, then it was super parody.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we're now in the space of everything is funny. Anything the show could do is going to make me laugh. Because it just doesn't care. And I've learned to not care right alongside it. We're not caring together. Like I almost respect that. Like the production staff. Clearly that show isn't what the production staff would have made if they had their dream show.
Sure.
Like you could tell from that first season, boy, there was some budget savings.
This is how I feel
Yeah,
kind
they're-
of about like I don't know shows like I mentioned earlier Doctor Who. I just kind of feel like it's sometimes so cheesy and cringy, and I don't know. I think campy is a good word to describe it. Then it's like
Yeah.
it kind of becomes its brand, and I wouldn't want it to get better because this is what I've fallen in love with.
Right. Like Doctor Who doesn't really have an excuse because of course it could have the money if it wanted to.
Right. They don't seem interested in doing that.
Right. Because to a certain extent, why would you? You're just going to make the show that you're producing on the cheap expensive.
Right. Exactly. It's gonna sell already.
Right. You might not make any more money off of it.
Yeah. Exactly. Because you'd be cannibalizing your profits. People are
just
gonna
like,
watch
well,
the
let's just
show
keep
either way.
or not. Like you making it more expensive isn't going to attract people who don't watch it.
Fair, yeah.
Which is sort of the opposite of what happened with Prestige TV, where it's like we need to spend $1 billion on this so people know it's important.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I mean, that's a choice you can make. I don't necessarily agree, but I guess you did it.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Television's weird. It's kind of. I don't know. I mean, games can be like this too. I mean, they rush certain games. They come out, and you're like, well, it's like you knew that people were gonna buy this because of the IP, so you didn't put in that much effort, and it still sold well.
Here's a real high-class.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's. Yeah, I don't understand sometimes. It's just like, okay, I guess, but maybe no, but also sort of sure, I guess. I do wonder if like we're gonna get past the era of the hyper expensive prestige TV because like Amazon throwing money at shows was ridiculous.
I know, it's ridiculous. I'm like, how is it that this is getting greenlit? Not that I'm like trying to complain, but just like I don't understand like how they're like getting approval for that. It just doesn't seem like something I would expect from.
You mean like their Lord of the Rings show that cost the full movie for every episode?
Pretty much, yeah.
And they greenlit an entire season of episodes?
Yeah.
And then they greenlit 2 more seasons episodes?
It just blows my mind. But then also you got like other instances. I would expect something like the Cuphead show, for instance, where it's like I wouldn't expect them to actually like commit to doing animation on the ones. So I'm not surprised that they did puppetry animation. But like then you're right, Amazon over here is like, no, we're gonna go ahead and maybe it's just because Lord of the Rings is like already universally acclaimed, whereas Cuphead was like a critically acclaimed game, but like that was it. Didn't make as much money as the Lord of the Rings movies.
How much money do we have? Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, that like. So I mean, I can tell you the other go-to for them is their. I just suddenly got distracted by this bird.
Yeah, you're good. It's driving me nuts. I think I'm about to kill it. No, I'm not.
Their NFL broadcasts, which were like you could just smell the money. It's like I can just smell the money on top of this show. And I get it. Like, if you've got that kind of cash, spend it. It makes you look important.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I just don't know that something like animation could ever pull that at this point because it's not, there's not a lot of prestige in it. Like Disney could make a show where they spend a gorillion dollars and make it look really good. They could do a movie that way if they wanted to.
Do they do that with their superhero shows and their Star Wars shows? I don't know why you watch those, but I would assume that there's a lot of money that goes into those.
Yeah. The Star Wars ones, they've really invested a lot in coming up with ways to produce those shows so that it's not super expensive but looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really like probably the best way you can spend that money because whatever you produce, like whatever technology you develop to make the show not cheap, but to make the show look good, but not also cost all of your cash,
mm-hmm.
that money you invested to get there is reusable.
Right.
Because those learnings are still valid on the next show.
You also
but technology,
you're gonna retain that audience regardless.
Right.
Yeah.
But I could see like in a Star Wars show, if you're just putting out crap, I can absolutely see you losing that audience. And having spent a fortune to do so.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, there's a bare minimum we need to hit. Let's hit it. but let's hit it in an economical way that we can then leverage for future investment.
Right.
Like whatever we build here, whatever technology we develop, let's make sure that we can reuse it on the next show, so that we can just keep. So that, like, yeah, we spent a bunch of money developing it, but we got more than our money's worth reusing it somewhere else.
Yeah, and then, I mean, with their streaming service, it just becomes another bullet point for their, I don't know, one of their headlines that they're just going to keep throwing to you. You put it in your recommendations. Once you watch one show, then there's another one waiting for you.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's the way that streaming services are really like price engineered. Is like let's try to come up with a way to just. I mean, that's why you can't turn off like autoplay next video,
Right.
which I would love to be able to do. I hate autoplay. I hate it. But they don't want you to be able to turn it off. They want it to be an eternal thing. Like, it's important for them that you constantly are being served more content. And I get that. I do.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I have to like it.
It's like you see where they're coming from because you can understand that strategy. Like if you were in that situation, it's like, yeah, okay, I can understand like the reasoning behind that, but also it's, I don't know. I think it's part of the. And this is where it gets political, right? It's the different tactics, so to speak, of keeping the consumer.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
A great slam and then
I mean, gyms are the same way. Going back to the fitness stuff, like they have the auto renew service.
Oh, yeah.
Cancellation fees.
Oh, yeah. It's hard to cancel stuff.
Yeah, it was.
But
I had to cancel my gym membership when I was moving out of Cincinnati back to my parents' for quarantine back in 2020, and trying to cancel that membership was ridiculous. I had to send a letter to the main part of the company.
you would think coming out of the pandemic or during the pandemic they would have been
You would
more
think, but they
amenable.
really weren't. Yeah, they just froze it. From what I remember, it's been a few years, but from what I remember, instead of them canceling it, I'm assuming the high school person I was talking to over the phone just froze my account for 3 months, because then I got a bill 3 months later for the membership for a gym that's closed because by law all the gyms were closed.
That's not happening.
Right, and then they charged me for that annual fee anyway, and I was like, well, I thought my thing was canceled. Oh no, they actually froze it. And so then to actually cancel it, I had to then send a letter to a business that I assume was working from home.
Probably. They weren't working from the gym.
They definitely weren't working from the gym.
Yeah, I never quite. I know people who had similar issues with their gym getting out, and it's like, why?
It's silly. I don't really understand it, but I guess that's just how things go in life. Pretty sure the Switch Online service has some sort of auto renew thing too.
Oh, absolutely it does.
And they have to keep adding to their service to keep retention. I mean, when did they add the GBA stuff? It was like
about a month ago.
About a month ago. I'm sure people's subscriptions are. I guess that service started in September, right?
Yep.
So by the time September rolls around, they'll have a pretty padded library for the GBA stuff.
Probably.
What is it not Perry? Yeah, they won't want
All
me
right.
to cancel. Half this stream is just me retrying.
Well, that's how it goes.
Oh god, I know that sound effect.
Oh, the rupee sound effect?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you could hear it.
I could hear that. That was funny. I wish I could send you a Miiverse post, but
I know, it's not possible.
No. supposedly they're trying to bring Miiverse. The fans are trying to bring that back using something called Reverse, but which is a very clever name. But I'm not sure how far along that is. I haven't looked into it for a while.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. It seems I'm not sure how that would work with official software.
Yeah, I don't know how it would work with software. I mean, they've gotten the online to work with the Wii games. Like, you can play Mario Kart online.
Yeah.
But I don't know how about the Wii U stuff.
That's more involved, I would suspect.
Right. My suspicion, I mean, you probably know more about it than I do, but my suspicion is that, like, Miiverse was, like, one server with a lot of things attached to it, whereas I'm sure if they were to bring it back, they'd have to have multiple servers, probably one per game.
I would imagine that what they're probably trying to do is do stand up essentially a fake Miiverse.
Yeah.
And what you would do is you would that's the best way of putting it. I don't like this at all.
What
The map being on the gamepad.
Yeah.
I think what they would do is they would essentially try to stand up a fake Miiverse, and then basically the Wii U, part of its settings told it where Miiverse was supposed to be, like what IP address or web address to hit. And so instead you would point it somewhere else. Like you would write something to make it go to a different place. And then you could essentially have your fake Miiverse stand in for the real Miiverse.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I think I follow you.
But that's hard. Because that means you need to
Nintendo
stand
fans
up.
are willing to do the work, as I've learned.
Because that means you need to put something up that looks like Miiverse to the Switch.
Yes.
Like the Switch needs to think, or not the Switch, the Wii U. It needs to think it's looking at the Miiverse.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be.
I did homebrew my Wii, and I connected to the Mario Kart Online. I'm trying to remember how I did that, though. I think it was through the homebrew channel. You download like a certain connecting application to their server that was specifically for Mario Kart. But would they be willing to do that for every game? And is every piece of Wii U software operating that same way? I don't know.
Yeah, I think for the Wii, everything is kind of going to the matchmaking servers. Thank you. Beetle is a nightmare.
It's a strange character, yes. I honestly don't know. Is he stranger than Tingle? I'm not sure.
Oh, no. No, Tingle's a nightmare. Tingle's an actual nightmare. Beetle's like a, what's wrong with you, sir?
Yes. Is that Beetle's first appearance?
Yes. It's the Zelda character talking that always freaks me out. Like that's the part where I'm like, oh, we're talking now. I don't love this.
Did you like the talking in Breath of the Wild?
Yeah, because it was real talking, not like Beatles.
Oh, like the weird baby voice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like Simlish from The Sims. It's what are you, Beetle? What the fuck?
What is that? Yeah.
Bro, what are you doing?
This is probably
Please.
controversial. Because I think a lot of people like that about the Zelda games. The strange cartoon characters. I'm a big sucker for that kind of stuff. But for like I guess a self-declared epic as Zelda it likes to pretend it is, the weird cartoon characters kind of take me out of it sometimes.
Oh, I think they know exactly what they're doing. I think they love it.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
they
sure
love
they do. I think it's
weird.
part of that brand, but it doesn't really work for me. I kind of want them to commit to
But-
one or the other, but that's okay if they don't.
Yeah, I like the goofiness personally. I think it adds to the brand.
I kind of prefer it to lean goofier. Like I kind of like the weird, like I don't know, Agatha's a weirdo, Lineback's a weirdo.
It's upsetting.
They're all really strange. But then it's like a few minutes later, suddenly you're like driving a sword through Ganondorf. It's like okay, it's like the tone is so different now.
It. There we go. Next is 4-4 time. I'm very early in this game, which is bad because I was supposed to be playing it for the last month.
It's kind of a long game. Did you guys pick it for the anniversary?
So we were debating what game to do for the Wii U one.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't, and this is the one that Guillaume and Greg were pushing. I didn't want to do this one because I didn't feel like this was a good game for the Wii U.
I'm surprised you guys. Well, I thought you picked it because yesterday was the 20th anniversary.
Well, so that fed into it. That was Greg's argument for why we should do it. But my argument was like we were doing a retroactive for the Wii U specifically. Yeah. So to me, this is a GameCube game. Yeah, there is a Wii U port, but to me, this is a GameCube game.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see where you're coming from with that. I mean, I don't know, maybe Nintendo Land or the original Splatoon, Mario Maker. You could do Yoshi's Woolly World even. That game has not. They didn't do a port of that.
I don't remember what we did. I can't remember our last retroactive.
I have to look at the spreadsheet.
We just did it too. That's the worst part. I'm like a dumb child who can't remember things he just.
Ironically, I think the last Zelda retroactive you did was Spirit Tracks, right?
Yeah.
Just trying to get all those tune links out of the way.
Oh yeah, love them.
Love them.
I do like in this one when you do the song, the wind song, DeFritos, the frog cloud wind god just shows up and he's like, "That's a mighty fine song you got there," and Link has like a minor panic attack. This game, it is very cartoony looking, but the characters also behave in very cartoonish ways.
Yeah. It feels like a Saturday morning cartoon in a good way.
Yeah, like they're freaking out, like in the way that cartoon characters tend to.
Honestly, I mean, I could talk to you about it now, or we could save it for when I post something about the retroactive. Believe it or not, I'm actually getting caught up with RFN. I'm very proud of myself.
So I've noticed in the comments.
Yes, and finally, I'm like, okay, I'm getting there. But when it comes to Wind Waker, I love the first third, maybe 2/3 of this game. But it feels like, especially with the HD game, I guess if you're gonna do a port of something, I see it as an opportunity to improve upon where you weren't able to. And it's they did a little bit with that quick sale, and they made the Triforce pet.
Yeah, Triforce hunt is way smaller.
A lot smaller, but it's for me, it's when I played, the HD game was the first one I played. It was the first version of that game I played.
Yeah.
It's considered a Wii U game. Or I'm sorry, a GameCube game. But I still thought the Triforce Hunt was really unbearable. So I kind of wish. Go ahead.
I never saw it. I never saw what they did with it on the Wii U one. I'm kind of interested now just to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to what your experience will be, but it's still when people describe the Triforce Hunt, I knew what they were talking about, and then later I come to find that it's a lot better in the Wii U version. So
it's very tedious.
Yeah.
There's 5 or 6 steps per piece of Triforce.
Yes.
In the GameCube version.
So it's like,
whereas
if you're gonna do that, why not just I don't know. Supposedly they had another dungeon that was based on Jabu, and I believe it's pretty transparent in the game where it was supposed to be. But I guess that dungeon was scrapped and then repurposed for Twilight Princess. I don't know. Maybe make a new dungeon. Put that there. Same thing with the 3D All Stars collection. If you're gonna do Mario Sunshine again, maybe improve where that game was rushed.
So delete it.
So delete it.
I mean, the thing with where the third dungeon would have been is it's in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
So when you're collecting moon pearls, you only pick up 2 of the 3. The third one is literally just given to you. And that's because the third one was where that dungeon was going to be.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Why I did that.
If you're going to port the game, I want there to be an opportunity for you to create additional content.
I mean, the thing to keep in mind with Wind Waker HD was it was the placeholder after they had announced Breath of the Wild.
Right,
Breath of the Wild.
Absolutely. And then they delayed Breath of the Wild. Had another placeholder, which was
right.
Twilight Princess, which they did even less for.
Yeah.
Frankly, Twilight Princess kind of feels like a placeholder for a placeholder.
I did. So I have played Wind Waker on GameCube a half dozen times at least. The part there wasn't anything else to play, but I really enjoyed it a lot, so I just kept playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is my first time probably playing this game in a decade right now. But it's amazing how I'm just able to just zip through so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I honestly, I think the first third of that game is really fun. If I ever want to replay Wind Waker, I'll play it for a bit, and then when I get to the part where I feel like they start padding things out, I can tell the game's getting rushed. It's like they lose me real quick.
I'm looking forward to getting the quick sale, which I think I'm about to do.
Well, get some rupees, from what I remember.
If I recall, it's in the auction house.
Yeah, which, from my experience, was a pain in the crap. But your mileage may vary, I suppose.
I've got about 180 rupees right now. I'm guessing I probably need about 200.
I had a friend play that not too long ago. He's been doing the Year of Zelda. We've playing all the 3D games and lead up to Tears of the Kingdom. And he struggled with the auction house quite a lot.
There's definitely a way to do it. I just can't remember all the details. I remember I used to just go through and clean it up though.
Yeah. I am gonna check out my contacts real fast.
Sure. You died.
I did die to a lollipop.
This is the game where you get storage to put in your storage over and over again. In my way. Oh, the Spirit back cards are pretty good.
Thank you.
I didn't notice that before.
I think that's the first time I've had a chance to use it.
Oh man.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go all out. I'm gonna make a little cartoon version of myself.
That's really good.
Thank you.
While you were gone, I was pontificating on the fact that Wind Waker is the game where they constantly give you storage to put inside your storage.
Yes, that is. It's a little purple bag.
Here's your mail bag, here's your loot bag, here's your bait bag, here's your bomb bag. It's like, what? There's so many bags.
It's so strange. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed I didn't get to show the Be Right Back screen to Alex or Matt.
I would have thrown that thing up for no good reason.
I might do that.
Just be like, look at this shit.
I do like making assets for the stream that kind of resembles the game that I'm playing. I did that for Spyro and Hobbit.
That's I've noticed on like the Mario Party stuff.
Yeah, the Mario Party. It feels somewhat meaningful using my talent that's, I don't know, somewhere.
Did you see the Donkey Kong one I did?
Maybe. I have to see it again because it's not coming to mind, but I'm sure I have.
I drew it to look like the arcade screen. I actually did it for Donkey Kong too, even though I was playing Donkey Kong. Because that to me seemed like the funniest choice.
Did you like have the chat in between the girders?
No. So, well, actually I did, but I drew it to look like the arcade bezel.
I saw. No, you're talking about Pac-Man?
I did that for Pac-Man too. I haven't shown the Donkey Kong one yet. That's right.
I was gonna say I've seen Pac-Man. I thought the Pac-Man one was really good.
I haven't shown I showed the Donkey Kong one for a split second.
I must have missed.
Because the joke was I went, well, good thing I'll never have to do this again. And then I flipped to that scene and went, oh, son of a bitch! And then I ended the stream.
Yeah. I'll have to look back and see it, or maybe let's wait in anticipation for it.
Yeah, so it's very much similar in the style to the Pac-Man. I did it before the Pac-Man one, but the Donkey Kong bezel is like a bunch of colored rounded rectangles around the screen of varying widths.
Really?
So I had to like plug it in that way.
The Cuphead one was kind of hard because I had to find like something to use for the chat box, and a lot of the different like boxes in the game I wanted to use weren't going to fit like the long rectangular shape for a chat box, so I had to find something from the menu. And I had to actually, I think that chat box piece of paper looking thing is longer than what it actually is in the game. I had to like take part of it as a snippet and stitch it together so it looked correct.
Yeah.
And then the guest
I,
pointing sign is just a stock image from Google. I was too lazy to hand draw that.
You see, I with no artistic merit to my name, have to come up with Photoshoppery instead.
Yeah. Joe,
Which is why you have.
Joe was making fun of me.
That-
Not making fun of me. He was just being funny that his stream promotion was a picture of Terra from Kingdom Hearts over Lilo's face from Lilo and Stitch. It was super cute. And then immediately right next to it was my like well-crafted Cuphead promotion to look like the game. Which I was like, Joe, don't compare yourself. Honestly, it's I think it kind of fits the chaotic nature of your brain.
The one I did for last night's stream, I went with like those old style desks with the leather top.
It was beautiful. The top secret stuff, the cherry on top, I loved it. With the secret folders.
The actual backing is the screen is a blueprint on top of a leather top desk. So it's like an old European style office.
You know what you need to do to continue this is like now you have like the evidence of that game that you played. So you take that.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get stuck in the background.
Right, you stick that in the background, and you have like a little red string to the next thing that you're gonna play.
So the folders that are on the splash screen, the pictures are mine or my logo.
Mm-hmm.
The cherry tomato from Princess Tomato in the Salad Kingdom that leans out of the shower and tempts you to come join her.
Yeah.
And John Lindemann's bald ass head. You can't see them because the folders are on top.
So it's literally okay.
But the plan is that now one of them is going to be from the salon.
Okay.
I haven't decided if it's going to be the top one or the bottom one.
I'm excited to see where you're going to take that. There's a lot of room there. You're giving yourself a lot of leeway.
Yeah. But the little computer at the bottom with the stream starting soon is the first handheld computing device. And I was like, it feels like I wanted to go with like 70s Spy with like the European style office with the Persian rug, the nice desk.
Oh, okay. Do you do like a shark in the background too?
Yeah. So that was why I was like, okay, well it's 70s. I should go with a really old computer from that era that would have seemed amazing.
Yeah.
And that's what the message that says it's going to be on there. And then I went with the Palm Pilot on the actual screen to host the chat because I couldn't think of something with that basic shape from that era. So I was just like, this looks old. This looks suitably old if you're not my age.
I felt...
If you're not in your 30s. So what are you going to say?
I said I felt a certain level of responsibility to use the picture of my face that Joe used for his dinosaur stream, which I was slightly mortified at first when I saw that in the VOD.
It was really funny at the moment.
I'm sure it was very funny in the moment. I was just like, what? So when trying to find a picture of myself, I was like, well, they all saw that one. They just used that one again, but they did a cartoon.
We just didn't have, like that stream was so boring.
Yeah. Part of me feels guilty for missing it, to be honest with you.
We just had to come up with something to do.
Right.
And GX was like, I bet you could overlay that on something. And then it was just like, okay, what do we want to overlay it on?
I feel like the game of that night was really like, let's just continue to change the stream layout rather than play this dinosaur game.
Well, because there was nothing to do in that game.
I know, it's just jump and refresh,
So it was like, okay, what dumb shit can we do instead?
Did he ever get into the alternate skins for the game, out of curiosity?
I don't remember. It was rough.
I don't think I'll pick a game like that again. I think it was one and done.
I think the issue with that is that it's an hour.
Yeah.
And the challenge is like there's nothing to see after
After
the
a few
first
minutes.
right.
I applaud him
So,
though
like-
for like getting creative with it. I was kind of hoping he would. I mean, that's
Like,
certainly
to
what I
me-
would do if I were punished with that.
Like to me the answer would be like, okay, let's go out there and do something stupid.
Yeah.
But I would have stopped playing after a little while. 'Cause I would have just been like, yeah, I know the punishment's an hour, but there's not an hour's worth of stuff to do in this game, and it's not good for anybody. Like this isn't good content anymore.
Right.
Like this isn't like the joke is no longer hashtag content here.
It's now just
Like we,
like
it's just whatever. But I would have probably just upped. Which like you're right. It's impressive he didn't. He's like, no, I'm gonna keep going.
yeah. He actually played that longer than Ring Fit, believe it or not. He didn't do a full hour for Ring Fit.
That'd be really hard.
Yeah.
A full hour for Ring Fit's a lot of goddamn Ring Fit. Maybe if you've got a lot of Ring Fit experience, but
It's true.
from zero, that's a lot.
I also didn't really take into account that Joe at the time was having I think some breathing problems, so I kind of felt bad that he
Oh yeah, that's not ideal.
I didn't realize that would be a whole thing to them. So had I known, happily would have changed that. But you know what? Kudos to him for powering through. He stuck it out.
I also think there's worse shit that could be done than Ring Fit.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I was trying to think of like things that would torture Joe, and physical activity seemed like it would be something that would be funny and not horrible in terms of a bad game. Ring Fit's fine. It's more of just the exercise bit. So I thought about like continuing it and being like, oh, now you have to do like fitness boxing or Wii Fit or DDR. But decided instead, after the whole Nancy Drew thing, to bring out March of the Penguins.
God. I how did the Nancy Drew shit start?
Joe unironically loves that game series. He has played all of them.
Okay.
45 of them. And so he knows all the good ones, all the bad ones. And so he, when he won Mario Party, he gave me, and I lost, he gave me the option to pick between like 3 different words. And all the words corresponded to different bad Nancy Drew games. I did not know that at the time. And so I picked the word tornado, I think. And then I ended up having to play Nancy Drew Twister Tail or something like that. And then, yeah, the bit has continued. He's going to give everyone a Nancy Drew game.
It's bizarre to me. It's like, no, I know all of the names. That there's that many. For
Yeah,
one.
I mean, if it exists, there's a fan for it, right? So.
I just like that they never show what she looks like, so that
No,
way
yeah.
any girl can be Nancy.
Did you know that the voice actress for Nancy Drew is also the voice actress for Luke Triton?
Which version of Luke Triton? The
The
North American one?
North American one, yes.
Oh. So she has a lot to answer for, is what you're telling me.
Yes, I was going to say. I remember thinking when I turned it on, she started talking, I was like, your voice sounds familiar. Where have I heard this before? And eventually I started to catch on that it was indeed our old friend Luke, who I'm assuming is coming back for the next one.
That'll be interesting because Nintendo did the voice acting for those games in North America.
Right.
And so Layton is the same in both regions. But it was a hire by Nintendo.
Right.
Now I presume it will be like they would be really dumb of them to pick a different Layton.
I get the impression that they want this to be like the next big Layton game. Like they kind of
We're back.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is it. This is the real 7. That's kind of what the way they've built it.
Right. We're back. We're not going to fuck this up this time.
Yeah, like the spin-offs are
Now.
over. The weird child stuff is over. We're not doing any more prequels. Like we're picking up where we left off in the 2000s.
And like I like the three prequel games and the prequel movie.
Yeah, they're fun.
I think the movie's amazing because it literally stops in the middle to give the audience puzzles.
And it's a successful puzzles at that they tie into the plot, and I thought it was well done.
But it's still like literally a puzzle.
Right.
It's like, what are you? Why?
It stops the actual story. You actually have to kind of think about it as a viewer, and they give you enough time to kind of figure it out.
Yeah, but like even the number card comes up.
I know, like it's kind of, Professor Layton can be kind of silly, but in like a very what's the dapper, I guess, kind of way. And they really had to think outside of the box on how do we make an actual puzzle appear in a film. And okay,
right.
It's gonna take place like at a movie theater or opera house, whatever it was. And there's going to be a stage, and that's sort of a big, massive screen will be in front of the audience, almost as if it's a real movie. It's funny.
And it's dumb, but it's dumb in the context that works for a Layton product.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where dumb is sort of the coin of the realm.
The dumb stuff I didn't like in Layton was in the last one on 3DS.
So we got a question. Have you gotten NES ranks since the first one?
Why are you doing this to me? No.
I'm just giving the audience what they want.
I have. No. I've gotten close several times. Captain Briny Beard and
You had an A.
Yeah, I had an A.
I'm just giving the audience what they want.
Alex, you missed my my Be Right Back screen. I'm really disappointed that you didn't see that.
You got to throw it up again.
All right, Alex, this is for you, specifically for you. I hope you saw that. I imagine Luke being older and more independent could present a chance for a new voice actor. Yeah, I agree. I almost wonder if Luke is. I don't know if they're like trying to replace him. I don't think they would do that. But like,
no, he's still a kid.
He's clearly still a kid. But, like, I wonder if they're like legitimately trying to age Luke up. Like, so
I mean, it's only been a year.
Emmy type character, you know.
It's only been a year.
Oh, you're right. It has been a year.
He's a very small child still.
I forgot about that. I don't know. They put that jacket on him. He's got a bow tie now. Like, Detective Luke. He's a man now.
Well, that's the part that I mean, granted, who knows how much he's telling the truth in that particular sequence, but I love that it's like, yeah, I went and I took what I learned and I became the detective. And everybody loves me here. It's like,
yeah,
Luke, there's no way. There's no way.
My favorite thing that you pointed out that I didn't even catch was that they don't have a state for the game to take place in.
It's Iron Bison America.
Iron Bison America, which is just so goofy.
It's the fact they put it up on the screen in text.
Yeah,
that
I didn't even notice that when I saw it, but then you pointed it out, and sure enough, it's right there.
Like if they'd put the text Iron Bison, if they hadn't put the text up on the screen that read Iron Bison America, it wouldn't be as silly.
I would just do New York. It's not that hard. Just do New York. You know, everyone knows New York. It's probably the most recognizable state. Like, just do that.
But no.
But
it's
no,
Iron Bison.
It's America. I mean, presumably it's like in the. Does Professor Layton take place like in a certain time period? Did they ever say?
It's kind of timeless.
It's like they don't have the internet, I don't think, but they also.
It's vague, like Sherlock Holmesian in some respects, but obviously it's steampunk. But also, the canonicalness of Leighton versus Wright isn't super established. So like that takes place obviously in a much more modern time.
Alex is in the chat. I gotta keep tabs on him now. S rank BRB screen. Oh, thank you.
Because of course, Wright and Maya fly in a fucking jet plane to London.
Yes.
So, like, this implies that there are jet planes that exist in that world, and everyone in the Leighton universe has simply chosen to forego them.
Well, it's kind of weird. It being set in America kind of forces them to do a whole new cast, right? Like they can't use the prequel characters anymore. They can't use the ones from the original games. It wouldn't make sense for the inspector to show up. It's gonna be a proper police officer.
Unless he just happens to be on vacation.
Yeah, I could totally see them doing something silly like that.
Yeah, like one of the characters is here because they're on vacation. Oh, what are you doing here? I was on vacation.
With it being in America, I fully anticipate them, like, I expect Earthbound level, like, oddities with these characters.
I mean, they were already pretty fucking weird.
I know, but I mean Americanized weird, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm sure
maybe.
There's going to be, like, a group of baseball kids, like, that'll be the sport element.
Sure. Like, great. Lean in.
Yeah. I'm sure the president will show up.
The President America.
President America.
Will Stashin make an appearance? Absolutely, because they've already established that Stashin is basically semi-magical. Like, that's why he's one of my favorite characters, is like they've pretty well established he's not human. He's something else entirely.
I don't remember Stashin. Is he one of the police officers?
No, Stashin is a character who's always just around. He's around in all the games too.
I'm gonna have to look him up. I've played all of the games, all the main ones at least.
He's got a big mustache. That's his defining feature.
I mean, if his name's Stashin, I would hope that that is his defining feature. Imagine being named Stashin and not being able to have your face on it.
Couldn't be me.
Your name's not Stashin.
No.
Let's look.
He's
Leighton Stashin. And search. Images. Oh yeah, I totally know who this character is. Wow, he is in every game.
Oh yeah.
He's like the Watcher or whatever from Pokemon. Is his name Looker?
Something like that. He's always just around. I just bought a potion from a rat. I never did the whole bait thing with the rats in any of my previous playthroughs.
With the rats? You mean like the fish?
No, with the rats. All the rats that run around in dungeons. You can feed them.
You can feed
and they
them?
Yes. If you throw bait in front of their hole, they will come out and do stuff, apparently.
I thought the bait was exclusively for the fish.
No, the bait's got lots of uses.
Alright, I did not know that. You learned something new.
The bait is a multi-use tool.
No kidding. I'm determined to beat this freaking ghost train.
Ghost train.
I'm considering going to like in-game stuff after this, just for the heck of it.
Because this has been going so well.
Yeah. Like, why not? You know, like, let's just Screw it. You want to see the devil? He's the bad guy. He's actually not the hardest boss in the game, in my opinion.
No, a lot of times the final boss of the game isn't the hardest.
He's definitely a challenge, but he's definitely not like, oh, wow, that was... I think when I played it for the first time, it only took me like 20 minutes.
That's not bad.
The one before him, though, I'll show you him. The King Dice character. I don't know if you've like seen the intro of Cuphead before.
Yeah.
The devil's got a sidekick named King Dice. He's like the manager for the hotel, or not hotel, casino.
Yeah.
And his fight, I was ready to throw my controller across the room into the TV. It was so ridiculous. But the first time I beat him, I got an A+, and I was so happy.
There you go.
It was one of the best moments.
Best moment of my life.
Yeah, best moment.
Got
Now
an
I'm
A+.
fighting a train. A horse train.
I love Horse Train.
Get it.
To the Horse Train.
I died to the horse train. I was so close. I was touching the flagpole.
I hate when I die to the Horse Train.
Horse train. The horse train commits horse crimes.
Is that horse crimes in the context of crimes against horses or crimes by horses?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
James, I need to ask you this. Can you explain to me the origin of the whole Yoshi tax fraud thing? Do you know anything about this?
Nope.
Okay.
Do I know about this? Yes. Can I explain the origin? No.
Okay. I see this all the time. I used to think I was gaslighting myself and thinking it was an RFN thing, but I've seen it in other places that aren't RFN. And
No, it's not.
I think this is just a thing.
It's just some meme somebody created and it stuck.
King Dice and all bets are off.
So we're getting crimes by horses is the consensus here.
Okay, crimes by horses.
Horse crimes.
Horse crimes. They're near dwellers.
Oh boy. So now we're cracking.
Yeah. All right. So this is King Dice. You may have seen him before. He's got a little game to play. You gotta roll the dice. You start from the left, and you gotta work your way all the way to the fin, at the end of the board. And you might be wondering, what does that happen when you roll a dice? Well, you move 2, and when that happens, you get to do the activity that's on the number 2 for you. You just gotta wait for it to load.
Good day for a swell battle.
It's a whole entire boss. It's like a choose-your-own adventure.
Nice. There was I can't remember what game it was from, but there's a boss where it was very similar, where it was like a roulette wheel, and you ended up with different sub-boss fights inside the boss fight. But it was very clear that one route was one activity was way easier than all the others. And so you could just gin it and never have to face the really shitty activities.
That's kind of what this is. To be honest with you, I rolled bad. I don't like this Chips character, but honestly, none of them are that hard. It's just it's time consuming. And the worst is, once you get to the finish line, then you actually have to fight King Dice, who is an actual boss. And if you die, you have to start all over.
Good. I mean, I wouldn't want you to be able to progress.
Right. It's the end of the game. You gotta go big,
Uh-oh, I've run into my first, I don't remember how to solve this thing.
Oh, no. Also, if you're really good and you're not tired, you can actually time the rolls. I'm on the safe space. I imagine J&J Dream Factory commits tax fraud.
No, that would require they make money.
I think they only do without the help of G&G's consultation firm.
I think the whole idea between of the Dream Factory is that they don't make money because their ideas are just stupid, but also they have a tremendous cocaine expense budget.
Oh, really?
There are times where like we say something and I'm like, you know what? I bet somebody would do that.
Beer for now? Yeah.
And there have been times where like we said something and then something very similar happened and I'm like, oh man.
Well, I think that just kind of comes naturally with having had a podcast as long as you have. Like eventually what you speak will come into existence at some point.
Yeah, but there's times where it's like we said the dumbest possible thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's like this would be both morally repugnant and monstrously stupid.
Yeah.
And then somebody's like, well, bet.
I'm still
And
waiting
you're like,
for
oh.
Punch-Out Fighters, man.
It was a mix. It was the Donkey Kong Punch-Out,
Yeah.
which to me is great.
I mean, I think that'd be awesome. You're just punching the Kremlins and...
So the idea was that it was just regular Punch-Out with all the same enemies.
Yeah.
Except because there was the DK Punch-Out bonus mode
Right.
in Punch-Out on Wii.
He's like a hidden boss or
And-
something like that. I forget what that
Yeah, and
was.
basically DK would one-hit KO you because how strong he is.
Yeah.
Here's a real high-class bout.
And so the whole idea was that like you would a DK Punch-Out. It's the reverse. You're playing as DK. And so every fight is literally you just punch one time and you win.
Oh, okay. I like that.
And so the idea was that like you DK punch Glass Joe and he just explodes.
He just blows up.
Yeah, like
have you
he's
seen
just annihilated.
Have you seen Game of Thrones?
Only little bits of it.
I'm watching it for the first time right now. And last night I watched an episode where one character, let's say, got that exact same thing happen to him.
There you go.
Yeah.
And yes, my business would have a cocaine budget. What's the problem? And yeah, you would need to fill in the reimbursement forms. I'm not just going to give you money you say was used for nose candy. I need to know what the business intention of that nose candy was.
Alex wants to see what the final boss is of the DLC. He's unimpressed with me literally fighting Satan right now.
I mean, Satan's lame. What's more evil than Satan?
Oh, I died. I'll give it one more shot because I got pretty far. And then if I don't, I'll show you the final boss of the DLC. I'm not even trying for a second. But if I do that, I'm going to play as the new character, who hasn't shown up at all in this whole stream. What'd you say?
I'm trying to remember what her name is. Mug
Chalice.
Girl or something.
Miss Chalice, yeah.
Yes.
She, Cuphead and MugXAN are pretty much the same character. They have to be because it's a two-player game. But Chalice is similar, but they changed the moveset a little bit. And so when I started it, playing the DLC, I was like, whoa, this is weird. Like, she's got a double jump, an invincibility roll. Her parry is attached to her dash move instead of the jumping. It was very strange at first. But,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess it was the intention was like, well, because this is a DLC character, let's be weird with it.
Yeah.
I'm about to finish the Dragon Roost Island.
Mm-hmm.
I have played this particular dungeon, so this might be before your time.
Probably. I was born in 2015.
All right, jackass. When this game came out, which would be like 2003,
Yes.
they had demo discs in GameCube stations. The demo discs weren't available in any other way. They would only be at like stores inside the demo unit.
Really?
And there was one for Wind Waker. In fact, it might have been one of the first big ones.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just the entire dungeon of Dragon Roost Island.
Really, the whole thing?
Yeah, basically it started once Link got inside. And that was the demo, but it was a 10-minute demo or something like that.
Was that put on the GameCube like Zelda promotional disc? Because I had that as a kid.
Nope.
And I want to say I remember that, but I don't remember if it was that dungeon or not.
No, that demo was only for in stores.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Nintendo was terrified of making demos of games available for home use.
Interesting.
So I played this demo many times
Yeah.
at stores because I literally couldn't wait.
So you're very nostalgic for Dragon Roost Island.
Well, Dragon Roost Island is a good ass dungeon.
Yeah.
But because I played it a bunch of times, I'm just really good at this dungeon.
Right,
Because
Alex,
I've seen
this
it
is the
a
final
dozen
boss of the DLC,
times.
Alex. Keep talking, James.
Oh, you're good. Listen, I've seen this dungeon a dozen times, so I know how to beat it. Because I actually got to the space where I could beat this dungeon inside the demo.
You can do it blindfolded.
Probably at some point I could have done it really fast. I don't think I could have ever done it.
Closest thing I have to
Blindfolded.
that is the I think it was Smash Brothers Brawl has like a quick demo for Ocarina of Time, and so I got really good at the first 5 minutes of Ocarina of Time as a child.
Oh, I forgot about the quick demos. Yeah, those were weird.
Yeah, the masterpieces or whatever.
It was like their way of trying to sell virtual console games.
I've been playing as MugXAN all night, and so now I'm trying to remember how to play as Chalice. This is a cool fight, Alex. However, it's so busy, I actually kind of get distracted about what's happening.
There's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
Visually.
It's like you almost kind of want to just be able to stop and watch what's happening in the background, but you can't because there's a million projectiles.
It's kind of It's kind of Rhythm Heaven in that respect. Like Rhythm Heaven, there's so much going on, and you want to look at it all,
Yeah.
but you can't because you'll die.
What's happening here? I care about.
So the best way to play.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, keep talking.
I was gonna say the best way to experience Rhythm Heaven is to play it yourself once, and then play it with somebody else.
So Rhythm Heaven is a game I really would like to play on the Switch. I only have the 3DS, like the last one that came out with all the, it was like the best of or whatever, Mega Mix. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Mega Mix.
And I really liked it, but same thing as like what I don't know if I ranted to you about this, but when I played Samus Returns, I didn't really want to finish it because it hurt my hand to play, and I had a similar experience with Rhythm Heaven. I just would like to play it with a proper controller, and the 3DS wasn't very comfortable for me.
Sure.
I would like to be able to do that because I own that game, but I feel like I can't play it properly.
I mean, the Wii game is the best rendition of that game, or the best rendition of that concept. I mean, there is not a better version of Rhythm Heaven than Rhythm Heaven Fever. Wait, why did I do that?
It's like, I don't know what game I did finish that was rhythm based. I think you did a retroactive on it. It was like
Oh, Rhythm Thief?
Rhythm Thief, yeah.
Yeah.
Did that ever get a sequel?
Nope. They've got a port to 3DS.
Kind of ended on a cliffhanger.
A little bit.
I'm
There
pretty
was
sure I got
something
that
about
through the Humble Bundle. What'd you say?
there was something about the ending. I can't remember what it was.
I don't remember either, but I remember thinking like, oh, well, I wonder if the sequel's out, and then like never hearing anything else about it.
I'd assume it was one of those like, well, maybe we can do a sequel. And yeah, I agree. The animation for the chef is incredible.
Yeah, so the chef, well, I guess the creators of the game said that there are more frames of animation in just this DLC than the entirety of the rest of Cuphead when they made it back in 2017 or whatever.
Good lord.
I think what they're going for is that the DLC's bosses are more Disney-style animations, whereas the base of Cuphead is more Fleischer, Charles Fleischer Studios.
Yeah.
And it kind of shows, like, this definitely feels like it's a more Disney-style character. Also, you know, Disney was more, later, was more the 40s and the 30s.
Right.
But it gets cooler, I promise. I just gotta survive. Considering going back to MugXAN, so I might think it's like a better shot. He's got a really cool final phase.
Yeah, the animation on this is significantly more fluid than. It's not just more fluid. It's like the animation is less going point to point. Like there's more. I don't want to say waste in his movement, but you know what I mean. Like there's
Yes.
more.
It's deliberate.
Right. And it's more like when a person moves, where it's not like your arm immediately goes from point A to point B. Like it drifts through points that aren't directly in the path.
I don't know how I got that achievement. Somehow I have 9 HP now. I'm genuinely curious how that happened. I'll take it. Yeah.
No, don't throw.
What?
Throw it.
I'm not throwing.
Link keeps throwing shit as opposed to just putting it down.
Oh.
Stop throwing it, you asshole!
If you care about the narrative here, apparently Miss Chalice is dead, and the chef here promised that if Cuphead and MugXAN are able to bring him all the special ingredients, he'll be able to make a special pie or whatever that can bring her back to life. Oh, here we go. Turns out it was-
Are they friends of hers?
turns out, well, yeah, the people who have all the ingredients, yes. Turns out that the chef was not super honest and is more interested in using the magical pie, or tart, whatever it was, to take over the universe.
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah. Also, he's a giant salt shaker. That's very clear.
I've noticed that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta take over the universe.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta take over the universe. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's see if I can do this. I might be able to
Sometimes
beat
the
him.
universe deserves it.
Oh, I should take your damage there. That's ridiculous. I have not beaten him as MugXAN before. So I'm a little curious how this is gonna play.
These devs should make a Fantasia game. Does Disney acknowledge Fantasia exists?
I doubt it. They haven't done anything with that property since like 2000.
Yeah, with the weird like.
Oh, I parried! Why didn't I
Pre-sequel?
parry? That's the final phase.
A sequel remake? You got the big key.
Oh, with all my playing of Cuphead lately, I've been interested. Like, I wonder what Studio MDHR is doing now, because it took them like 10 years to do this project. Surely they've got something else in their works, right? But they have said that they are not interested in doing a sequel to Cuphead, which I can understand. You know, it's a lot of time went into this, but that their next project is going to continue using hand-drawn animation in some way.
Seren in her former role had some degree of involvement, either because the company she was working with did it or she herself was involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
And that special edition they did that had the actual like puppet,
Yeah.
the Italian-made puppet or whatever. I don't remember what country it was from.
Yeah, it was like a little marionette.
Yeah. It wasn't that little. It was pretty good size.
Excuse you, they made a Sorcerer's Apprentice movie with Nicolas Cage. I forgot about that.
Oh God, I forgot about that. Jesus. God, Nick Cage really will do anything if the money helps pay off his.
That tiny little short from Fantasia.
If it helps pay off his pyramid, Nick Cage will do any movie.
So, this is a secret boss.
Hey kids, don't build yourself a pyramid. Hey Shadow, how is it going? Well, Xander's dying. What are we at for hour-wise?
I started at 7. Took me 20 minutes to get the audio to work.
Okay, 7:20.
So
The quest for new S ranks on the hardest difficulty has yielded 1.
It was Goopy Legrand, in case anyone's keeping track.
It's been a little bit.
Yep, not doing great, to be honest with you. Now I'm just gonna play the game for funsies, because I was getting tired, and I was like trying to do the S rank stuff.
Me personally, my laptop's gonna die soon, so I'm doing fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to move because the charger's not over here, and I don't want to do that. I don't feel like moving.
But pleasure to have you, Shadow. 68572. Is that a song?
I don't know. I'm not good at songs. I'm a musician.
This is a good one. Glumstone the Giant in Gnome Way Out. Can you guess what kind of boss it is?
A zebra.
Yes.
Yeah, nailed it.
You did. You nailed it. Congratulations.
Fucking A+ shit right here.
So I've been playing some indie games before Cuphead. I played a short hike, I played Gorogoa, and when I finished them, I was kind of like curious like what other people thought of them, and so I did a little search on NWR's like search thing, and both of them Guillaume has talked about, and I noticed that sometimes I think Guillaume and I have very similar gaming interests. Sometimes, yeah, and. But I'm always afraid to ever recommend something to him because I recommended The Wild at Heart to him, which is like kind of like that Pikmin clone, and I don't think he liked it very much.
You know.
But yeah, I'm always like, I wonder if he'd put Cuphead.
Chat recommendation: the spider is the best one to S rank.
The spider?
What the chat's saying?
There's a spider one? Oh, I know what you're talking about. That one, you're probably right. That one's a really good fight. It's one of the first bosses I played for the DLC, and I'll show it to you. But it's got a pretty good fake out that made me almost die. It almost worked on me, but I had one extra hit point. I was able to win the But
you can't fool me.
They do some very sneaky stuff in that fight. I guess you're allowed to because it's the DLC, so...
Oh, yeah. At DLC, anything goes.
Right. They bend their rules a little bit.
I'm trying to take pictures instead of fighting this boss. There we go.
Do you take selfies with all the bosses?
No. I take pictures with the bosses for the purposes of making the statues.
Gotcha.
But I usually end up taking like 3 hits just to take a damn picture. All right.
phase, baby. I think this is a stomach lining that we're fighting now. I'm not sure. Oh, I'm supposed to get over there and time it. Yeah, short hike is it was really fun. I kind of got lost in it. I definitely scratched some Animal Crossing vibes for sure, like an Animal Crossing light. And I did everything in the game without realizing it, from what I remember.
Yeah, there's not a ton to do in that game.
Right. Moonshine Mob in Bootlegger Boogie. This takes place in 1930, so presumably these are characters that are working underground illegally to, work against
Business opportunity.
prohibition.
They're businessmen.
They are business. I like to think that this is the 1930s J&J Dream Factory. What you're about to see here.
I don't know that I would say that we are law-abiding and definitely not engaging in criminal activity businessmen.
You think so?
As far as our lawyers are concerned, yes.
All right. I guess this isn't live or anything.
No. What my lawyers have encouraged me to state that we follow the law as it is written.
Honestly, I think that's the next. If RFN ever needs to evolve, I think just James Jones press conferences is a really good way to go.
But we definitely could do, because John, Greg, and I in particular have listened to dozens and dozens and dozens of hours of sports press conferences.
Yeah.
And how nobody ever says anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you could do it.
Every people, the art of talking while saying nothing. And it really is an art.
So this guy kind of reminds me more of Don Bluth.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, the art style isn't very Don Bluth, but the way that it's animated is extremely Don Bluth.
Absolutely. Gosh. Ah! Let's try these guys. What if Animal Crossing was a game? Short hike finally answers the question. I have not touched Animal Crossing, and I think its anniversary, the new Horizons game, I think it's this week or something like that. 3 years.
Pretty close, yeah.
I don't even think Nintendo acknowledged it.
Now, I guess they just kind of it's not really super important in that respect for them, the anniversary, because the game just sort of is.
Yeah. Honestly, I kind of thought with how big of a cash cow it was for them, and I guess continues to be, I would expect them to kind of do more for it. Not that I'm asking for it, I'm just surprised if they do.
I think the thought process is we don't need to.
Yeah. We are still going. We are indeed. James and I are just kind of trekking along here. He's sailing in his boat, and I'm over here killing spiders. I didn't get to show you the Be Right Back screen. I'll do that here in a second once I die, but since you're here, Matt. And yes, I've gotten 0 S ranks since you left. Here is the intermission. questions. Well, even if you're not staying long, it was very nice to have you.
Yeah, I gotta drop in a minute, but
Yeah, it was getting
This-
kind of late.
yeah.
I'm gonna try to beat this boss.
Oh, I ate it on the boss because I forgot how to clear that last stage, and I forgot that this game drops you all the way outside the dungeon. Oh,
It sucks.
it does have the little pots, but like, God, that's obnoxious. Just drop me like outside the boss door.
Now, hey, James, do you wish that most games had Game Genie references? Like this one?
Oh, wow.
Except
That
his name,
that sure is of an era.
his name is Game Jimmy, though.
Game Jimmy. There we go.
Game Jimmy. Thank you, Matt. I didn't like boast. I don't like boasting, but I was like, I want someone to see this.
It looks good.
There you go. Next time I'll actually hand draw it. It won't just be a filtered image.
Is that all it is?
Yeah, it's a. I mean, I did outline it by my hand, but I just took that photo of me and then I put it in Photoshop and put a like a cutaway filter on it, and then played with the levels for a while. But
I mean, it looks remarkably good for just being a bunch of filter runs.
yeah, I mean, it took me a little while to like get it to look the way I wanted. Don't get me wrong. And I had to outline it.
Sure.
Add the eyes and all that, but for something quick and dirty, probably spent like maybe an hour and a half on it.
Yeah, because I tried to do something very similar with the Tanuki that I've been using as iconography for the last year or so.
If you'd like some help, I'm happy to help out.
I might. I kind of lost the drive of what I was doing with it. I kind of just wanted to play with it.
Yeah.
And I could never make it look quite right.
Do you have Photoshop or do you use like GIMP? What's your editing software?
I use GIMP and Paint.net for different things where they have different skills.
Gotcha.
GIMP has about the worst user interface any humans ever created.
This is true.
But it's pretty powerful.
I don't know if you've ever used ZBrush before. It's not the worst interface in all of existence, but it's one of the hardest to learn, I think.
Haven't.
What if I told you there were like 19 different ways to save?
That's good. No, I want more saving.
Yeah.
What if there were 20?
I think with the latest update there probably are.
Good. The variety is the spice of life.
This is true.
I think the worst it's ever been it's the GIMP. GIMP is the worst interface that has ever been created by anybody ever, especially back in like mid 2000s.
Yeah.
Like it did finally get an overhaul, but like 2005, 2006, 2007, that time, it was garbage.
I remember using it in high school and being like, I think this is good, and then eventually being introduced to Photoshop and was like, oh, well, never mind.
Yeah, I went from Photoshop to it, and I was like, oh dear God,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
rough.
terrible. Like, there's elements that look like old Mac OS versions. Like UI elements, it's like, oh, this is from like early Mac. What the shit?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's parts that look like old Java like the Java virtual machine interface, and I'm like, why? Why are you here? Which means it kind of looks like the Solaris, which is an operating system that nobody on this call's ever even heard of.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's like, what is this shit? Like, it's just everywhere. Eventually, it did get a UX cleanup, which is good. It's still bad. It's still terrible. But at least it's consistent.
Not over
and it's
yet,
terrible.
just because there's a knockout screen. Sorry.
You're fine. Like, there's terrible, and then there's like terrible, but also not the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we have made something that is both awful and inconsistent. And that's really when
Does
you're
Unix
when
still
you're
use that
pushing.
little like weird ink blob looking mascot thing too?
Oh yeah, the little wolf with the ink thing.
Yeah. My gosh, that takes me back.
There's a.
I used to make fan art
There-
using that software when I was a kid.
I mostly used it as a stand-in for Photoshop because I didn't have Photoshop.
Yeah.
And like, I could do pretty much anything in that I could do in Photoshop. It just took me a lot longer.
Mm-hmm.
There, in around 2010, there was a plugin for GIMP that was just called like Good Interface.
That's the name of the patch. Good interface.
It was a third-party plugin, and all it did was it tried to make it look more like Photoshop.
That's hilarious.
But like, it renamed a bunch of the menu options where it was like they had come up with their own name. It moved stuff around so it was organized in a more Photoshop-like way.
Yeah.
It replaced a bunch of the icons that never made any sense. It made things look more consistent. It was basically just like, this sucks really bad. Let's make it suck less. That's the whole plugin. The whole plugin is, let's make this less garbage.
How can we make it even better? Ooh.
No, how can we make it suck less? Like, there's a charm to when a third party, when like the fans see your software and they're like, we like your software, we hate your interface. It's fucking terrible. You should be ashamed. We're going to fix it for you because it's so bad. Final Fantasy 13? Is 13? No, 14. Final Fantasy 14, sorry. Has all kinds of interface mods.
How,
Because everybody hates its interface.
this is a silly question and very off topic, but how do people keep track of, like, series when they get to those kind of numbers? Like Resident Evil and Final Fantasy, like, how do you know which one's which?
Oh, because you're pretty much always only talking about like 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like where the conversation is at any given moment. Like, nobody's talking about Final Fantasy 11.
Uh-huh.
Now, Final Fantasy 11 is still active. Like, that was the first MMO. You can still go play it. It's still out there, but nobody's talking about it.
Right.
Right now, they're talking about 15 to some degree. 14, which is the current MMO,
Mm-hmm.
and 16, which is the one that's coming out.
Is that a new MMO, or is it going to be a continuation of the...
That's a regular single player game, but it's an action game. So I'm not super jazzed up for it. Like, I know they're never going to make another turn-based RPG. I get it, But I thought Final Fantasy 15's combat, which was also action, was. I'm gonna try to critique it fairly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 7, they talk about 7 a lot. Final Fantasy 15's combat was, I think the right way to word this would be shit ass garbage. I think that's the most like correct critique you can give it is shit ass garbage.
Shit ass garbage. Well,
Yeah.
at least you're honest.
Yeah, like I don't want to like be reductivist or over the top. So I think shit ass garbage is what we're gonna go with.
All right.
And in my defense of my position, I beat Final Fantasy 15 without ever losing a fight, and still don't understand its combat system,
Really?
which is not a great sign. If I could beat your game and don't understand it, that's not a good sign.
You have really excited Alex. He is telling you to pre-train him.
There's something remarkable about beating a game and you don't know why or how. I would like a fight with the boss would just end and I'm like, I did it, I guess.
That's kind of how this game
feels
goes
terrible.
sometimes. You're kind of like, oh, I guess I did it. Knockout.
But like at least you understand how like the mechanics. I still don't understand how magic works in that game.
Yeah.
It is allegedly there. I have done it once or twice, but I don't understand it. It's mostly just warping around the screen and your character flinging themselves at enemies. It was weird.
I honestly,
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever beaten a Final Fantasy game. I've played a few of them, but
I've beaten quite a few, but like I just don't like where that series is headed. So I'm not like 16 looks lovely, but I'm just not that interested in it.
did you play the remake of 7?
No. It's got the same issue of I don't want an action game out of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not really an RPG.
No, but
Captain.
it is what it is. All right, after this boss fight, I'm gonna have to drop.
All right, sir.
It'll be 1 a.m.
It is. I died. I won't sugarcoat it. You never stood a chance. Do I try it one more time?
All right, you were really close.
Yeah, I think this is the one. Focus. I'm gonna take all of my friends who believe in me and harness their power. Which is, according to the Twitch right now, 4 people.
That's right, 4 people who are ready to see the S rank you're gonna give us on this run.
Yeah. S rank, S rank, S rank.
So, quick crowd, this wasn't a late stream, it's just a long stream.
No, yeah. I just kept going. I was
It
planning on
started
playing
there-
this tonight and regardless. I was like, well, if I'm going to play it, I might as well stream it.
Started at a perfectly reasonable hour
It did.
and has continued for a perfectly unreasonable amount of time.
Die, Cupcake Man. Are you serious? Oh, I'm worried now, James.
1 hit. And like 3 modes left, right?
This is the last phase, but this is the hardest one, for sure. She like kicks off her head and then like pulling thing on you. Yeah, it's over for you. Oh well. That's Cuphead, ladies and gentlemen. I have played it.
That's the way the Cuphead goes.
We have, I think we've experienced the game in so many ways.
Only 29 S ranks to go.
Yeah, I probably will keep playing that on my own. I do really want to get those S ranks, but I think it'll be a different experience if I'm playing it and not streaming it. Like I said, I was going in thinking, like, well, I'm going to play it regardless. I might as well just, like, show people on fighting for the S ranks.
Makes
But
sense.
streaming also requires a little bit more of a, I don't know.
A streamer tax is what they call it.
Yeah, streaming tax.
So, fair enough.
But thank you, James, for hanging out with me.
All right,
so
thank
long.
you.
It was great talk. We
Thanks for
covered
doing
so
it.
much. We went from animation to fitness to what else did we talk about tonight?
Shit ass garbage Final Fantasy
A
combat.
lot of that. Also, thank you to Matt and Alex for also stopping in. Hope they have a great rest of the night.
Peace.
PokePal finally dropping a comment on me. Thank you, sir. And who else stopped? We had a few new people came in. I doubt Michael
Yeah.
Mitchell or whatever his name is. Michael Mitchell Shadow. A few other people. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and end this now. I'm gonna switch over to the post picture, which is not as
All right.
But,
I was gonna say I'm excited to see the post image.
it's not actually that pretty. I can show you the intermission one more time. Alright, and with that, good night everyone. Take care of yourselves. Sleep well.
Later.
Peace out.
All right, man.
Thanks, James, for hanging out with me, man.
Yeah, no problem. It was a good time.
Yeah, happy to have you. We'll do this again sometime. Maybe not on a 5-hour stream. Let's just chill.
No, because I had to use the bathroom for like the last 20 minutes. So,
Yeah.
all right. I'll talk to you later.
See you, dude.
See ya.